Hey dreamers, welcome to this safe haven for restful sleep. Before we begin, I'm really curious to know a bit about you, so please share in the comments where you're from and what time you're listening to this story. I'm Dan Jones, and I invite you to join me on this calming journey into Slumberland. And if you haven't already and you feel more comfortable doing so, as we begin to relax, you can close your eyes, settle down comfortably, put aside any worries from the day, and lazily exhale and have a sense of gazing at the evening sky, perhaps after the sunset. Noticing the landscape around you bathed in shadows, the glint of golden light peeking from a point just over the horizon, the shades of blue darkening in the sky, and perhaps for a moment you can notice a rare sight when the light from behind the horizon refracts in the atmosphere to create a moment of indigo. And perhaps you can imagine that indigo light carrying with it the magic of sleep as it travels into your eyes and begins to wash over and through you, bringing peace and calm to your body and mind with each breath that you take. As I softly count down from 10 to 1, before we relax into the story. 10. And your mind can find its own way to relax in the magic of sleep. 9. And as your mind relaxes, so too can your body. Perhaps letting relaxation happen from the head down or the feet up, whatever feels more natural for you. 8. And while listening to this, it's okay to let that deeper part of yourself take over, the automatic process of falling asleep. 7. 6. 5. Deeper and deeper relaxed asleep. And when listening to this story, you don't have to do anything. You can listen along for a while or just drift straight to sleep. Whatever's most comfortable for you. 4. And as the process of sleep is an unconscious one, you can't consciously make yourself sleep. It's something you have to just let go of and allow to happen all by itself. 3. 2. And gradually you can experience a gentle shift in consciousness as your brain slows down and you start to instinctively and automatically fall deeper and deeper asleep. One. Now, as this bedtime story begins, and the ship bobs up and down on the ocean waves as they undulate beneath that ship, rising the waves, descending the waves, sometimes splashing through the waves, those waves breaking on the front of the ship, the spray slapping the seafaring squirrel barnacle in the face as they hold on and excitedly steer around this storm. And the storm whips up that sea air, the dark clouds spiraling overhead, the rain lashing on the deck of the ship. The monkeys climbing the masts, managing the sails, and monkeys taking cover in the barrels, tied to the deck of that ship. And yet the squirrel excitedly cheers into the storm, waving their hat in the air. Knowing that they'll beat this storm, and they can enjoy the calm ocean when the storm passes. As the ship continues to rock and roll, and the wood continues to creak, and water continues to splash onto the deck, the taste of that salty sea air, of that spray mixed with rain, the distant and low rumbling and cracking of thunder, the eerie illumination of lightning flickering through the clouds, and after many hours, the storm eventually begins to calm down. The monkeys come out of those barrels. They survey the ship, set to business making repairs and fixing the things that were broken during the storm, fixing the sails. As the ship bobs gently on the calm ocean, with that storm fading into the distance, and Barnacle heads into the captain's cabin to sit down with his parrot Bill for a cup of tea. And he enjoys that cup of tea while surveying his notebooks and the maps. To check that they're still on course for the island they're trying to find. Barnacle calls in the first mate, Legolas, the three-legged iguana, to come and take a look at the maps, to get their take on those maps. And Legolas looks at the maps and walks around the maps and flicks open a really old science magazine. And scans down a page in that magazine. And in that magazine looks at some long-lost ruins, and then looks back at the map and says that that one island looks like it might have some of the features that are in the image from the science magazine. So that's the island to head for. And they're travelling across ocean where there's hundreds of small islands dotted across the map. And trusting Legolas, Barnacle heads back out onto the deck and can see a rainbow behind them in the direction of the storm, and the low sun casting the most beautiful golden light across the sea out before them. They start to head towards the sun. And they make slow progress at first, until all of the sails are repaired. And once all of those sails are repaired, they stretch them all out, and the ship powers along. Barnacle steering towards that island. And as they near the island, they slow down and they see some dolphins come alongside the ship, leaping over the bow waves of the ship. They see a narwhal breaching the water before diving back down. And then they see that island coming into view. The greens of the trees, the golden sand. Rolling hills. And they drop anchor a short distance from the island. And Barnacle gets in a small sailing boat. It's lowered down to the sea. And Rose gets in a small rowboat. It's lowered down to the sea and rows over to the island. And rows the boat up onto the beach. Jumps from the boat onto that golden sand. Takes a look at the map. Chooses the direction to head and sets off into the heart of this island. And it doesn't take them long on entering the forest on the island, listening to the sounds of the forest birds, seeing the most beautiful birds in the trees, to see on the forest floor ancient ruins being reclaimed by nature. And they continue following that map. The sounds of the leaves rustling overhead, the rustling of each footstep through the undergrowth. The way the light of the sun flickers through those leaves, its golden setting sun light, casting the softest shade. And as the sun sets, so Barnacle sets up a camp here in the forest. Lights a campfire and enjoys something to eat and drink. Hears the sounds change as night time sets in. Before drifting gently and peacefully asleep. And during the night, Barnacle hears a sound, a gentle rustling coming from within this forest. And so he leaves the tent. He follows that sound, heading deeper into the forest. In the pitch black, barely able to see the outline of the trees. Hearing the wind rustle through the leaves overhead. And then seeing a gentle, ghostly glow coming from deep in this forest. and on approaching that ghostly glow, seeing that it looks like a goat walking among the trees, and the movements of the goat's mouth make it look like it's screaming. Except that there's no sound coming from its mouth. It's just a faint hum, like the sound of bells coming from that apparition as it moves among the trees. But it still looks like it's screaming. And Barnacle approaches, and it's as if that ghost doesn't notice them or acknowledge them. They get right up next to it. It seems to be almost like it's on autopilot. And Barnacle gets around in front of that goat and looks straight into its eyes. And it looks like it's screaming straight at them. And then Barnacle reaches out and touches that apparition. And it sends a slight tingle through their body, as if there's something there, or at least the energy of something there. But as they touch it, that contact makes them hear it, and in their mind, they can hear it screaming. And it's only when they touch it and can hear it that it seems to look at them, as if it now notices them, as if that contact has made them share realities. And they stop screaming for a moment. And Barnacle asks them who they are and why they're screaming. And they explain that they're a screaming goat, that in life all they did was screamed. It's an evolutionary survival mechanism. Yes, it means they can be heard, but it's such an unbearable scream that nothing goes anywhere near them. The trouble is, it can be very lonely when you scream all the time. And they say that nothing ever truly disappears from this world. It just transforms. And the only way that Barnacle can hold any conversation is by remaining in physical contact. And the screaming goat explains that They just follow almost a program of behavior now that they're just here as energy. But there is one being here that they may find interesting. And that is the Hexagon. And it's like a dragon, but with many wings. And those wings beat in a pattern, almost like a wave passing down their body. With the front two wings flapping down, and as they go down, just after that, the next two wings go down, and then the next, and the next, and the next. By the time the last two wings descend, the first two wings are rising up. And they rise up at a slight angle, cutting through the air. And they've got a long body, a slender body and a long, whip-like tail. And they've got long fur that starts near their ears, travels down their neck, and flows off beneath the front two wings. And they have 4 legs, almost like the legs of a lizard, and a long snout. And they let out large bursts of golden flames. And you always know when one's nearby, because they sniff in before their burst of flames, and so you hear that sharp, deep sniff sound as they take in vast amounts of air. And then they let out that burst of flame in pulses, that almost sound like a tee-hee-hee-hee-hee sound. And they are some of the oldest creatures here. And there's one in this area. And so Barnacle continues to explore and listen, listening out for any unusual sounds. And they frequently stop and stand in silence. Just listening, sometimes almost holding their breath and closing their eyes to really focus on the individual sounds in this forest. And they wonder whether it would be better to head back to camp and wait until morning. But they feel awake now. And as they continue exploring, they see something just almost at the corner of their eye. Something there, but almost unseen in the darkness, like a shadow against the night, swinging left and right, left and right, almost hypnotically swinging left and right, left and right. And they get closer and closer. And they don't feel like there's much wind. And so they don't feel like this swinging is something being blown in the wind. And as they get nearer and nearer, they realize it seems like something unusual hanging from the tree. And their eyes are now reasonably well adapted to the dark, and yet they still can't see much. But they can see some glowing eyes, almost piercing blue, with gentle purple pulsing around the blue eyes. And those blue eyes are at the end of whatever is swinging. And they stop and watch. And then they realize it's a feather boa. One of the rarest types of snakes that you can see. A snake that's covered in downy feathers, overlaid with the most beautiful, iridescent, peacock-like feathers. And it's just swinging from the tree, like a pendulum, swinging left and right, left and right. And as it notices Barnacle, so it stops swinging, raises its head up, gets its head to the same height as Barnacle's head, and in an almost hypnotic voice begins to talk to Barnacle, and its movements and its stare seem to lock Barnacle's attention, almost as if it's hypnotizing Barnacle. And Barnacle feels themselves becoming very still, very focused. Even in this darkness, they feel like their peripheral vision is getting even darker. They feel a deep sense of calmness setting in through their body. As this feather boa talks to them in the most friendly but deep and meaningful way. You seem like you're out late. You're not from this island. You're exploring to see what you can find. You're in search of ancient ruins, to find something left behind. And you're searching for the cherry trees, the ones hidden deep within, that are perched within a rock garden with an elaborate stone figurine. And that garden is deeply tranquil, containing the most delicate etchings. And you're searching for the hexagon. To find that which is within. And they share that they can actually help if you'll let them access your mind with a two-way connection. And Barnacle feels that, from what they were saying, they probably already had access to their mind. It felt like they were reading their mind already. But the feather boa said that you just have to rest one foot gently on their neck. And Barnacle does that, and instantly gets a flash of the island as this feather boa sees it. Almost like a view of the island in infrared, where the darkness isn't a problem. And they see in different shades of blues and reds a very different type of view of this island. But because they can see in infrared, they can see the heat signature of where that hexagon has been. And so they thank the feather boa. They decide it would be sensible to safely make their way back to camp, find their way where they've got to go in the morning when it's lighter. Back at camp, they rest back down and once again drift peacefully asleep. And while drifting asleep, they ponder the journey tomorrow. And as they drift and fall asleep, they imagine themselves in an unusual world, a land of giant creatures. And they're flying on the back of a giant dragonfly, a bit like flying on a dragon, steering and weaving that dragonfly above a vast lake, weaving around and dodging other giant dragonflies, dodging large falling rocks, passing beneath floating islands, towering waterfalls, some tumbling from those floating islands and rumbling down beside them. And the dragonfly's reactions, so quick, as they dart and turn and weave, and dive down in front of a waterfall, power through the spray at the foot of the waterfall, exploding out of that spray at high speed, racing their way down a river, weaving between boulders rising from the water. Before turning into forest, and at high speed, powering through that forest, Barnacle feeling like they're just on for the ride, as the dragonfly flies rapidly, dodging the trees, coming out into a clearing, flying so fast over the clearing, leaving a wake in the grass behind them, catching the tops of some dandelion, which explode up into the air. The sense of the meadow filling Barnacle's senses. And then that dragonfly flying rapidly at a glowing blue portal, passing into that portal and then disappearing as they roll and land on the ground the other side of the portal. And as they look up, they find that they seem to be standing on the moon, only the moon is slightly soft. And every movement releases a gentle cloud, and they realize this is a mush moon, like a giant mushroom, a giant fungus floating in space, so large it has its own gravity, its own atmosphere, and with every step, puffs of spores gently rise from the surface and float in the air. And each spore carries the delicate sound of a tinkling bell. And as the spores interact, so the tinkling bells interact and sing together. And Barnacle walks around the moon. You can smell that mushroom scent from this mush moon. And can see a planet down below, with this moon gently circling that planet, and that planet being full of so much water, barely any land and giant ice caps. And as they walk around the moon, so they see a bit of broken off mushroom, and they climb into that bit of mushroom, like a ball of mushroom, and gently roll around the moon, pushed softly by the breeze, rolling inside that ball of mushroom, so soft to touch. Until they see what looks like a cave in the distance, and they roll in the direction of that cave. And when it's near the cave, they tilt back a little, bringing their bull to a halt. They scramble their way out. They wander into the cave to explore it. They call out into the cave, their voice muffled by the soft walls of this mushroom cave. But they hear a noise in this cave. And so as they walk into the cave, following that noise, they encounter a dog. And it's a really friendly dog. And it introduces itself. As Milton. And Barnacle sits down and begins to talk with Milton, asking Milton about this place, saying that to them this is just a dream, but it feels so real and lucid. And Milton says this isn't just a dream. This is so much more than a dream. This is a deep state of reality buried within your consciousness. And the dog says that perhaps their dad will be able to explain it better. And the dog heads off and says, just sit there and meditate for a moment while I go and find my dad. My dad will be hidden around here somewhere. He likes to hide away, where he can be alone with his thoughts, exploring his consciousness, exploring the deeper natures of reality. But I'll go seek him, and when I find him, I'll return. But for now, just stay here and meditate. And Milton places something on the ground, flicks a switch, and a gentle light emanates from that object. And Barnacle gazes at that light, while Milton wanders off. And as Barnacle gazes at that light, they notice a gentle pulse within the light. They feel their breathing synchronizing with that pulsing, and that pulsing softly slowing down. And they find their peripheral vision gently fading away, as all that fills their attention is that soft light, to the point that they can almost feel delight as they gaze at it. And their breathing continues to slow. And while they gaze at the light, they have this sense that the light is containing numbers from 600, 599, 598, 597, and they feel themselves almost instinctively beginning to count down those numbers. 596, 595, 594, 593, going deeper and deeper, 592, 591, 590, 589. And as they count those numbers, 590, 592, they begin to lose their place. And so they pick up after their mind has wandered a moment with where they last remember counting 590, 589, 588. And every time they lose their place and can't remember the number they were on, whether it was perhaps 589 or 588 or 591 or 593 or 582, they lose their place. And focusing deeper and harder and more effortlessly, they carry on counting from where they last remember, finding themselves almost absorbed in what seems like a puzzle or some kind of game to them, to try in vain, to try really hard in vain, to count down, all the way down. And they really try to hold their focus enough to not let the mind wander and drift and dream and float elsewhere, distracted by losing count of those numbers. They really try to do that. And the harder they try to count, the more their eyes get heavier. And the more their eyes get heavier and heavier, and those eyelids want to close, the more they find themselves drifting into that game, trying so hard to do well at that game, until their eyes close and they find themselves lost in thought, find themselves exploring the most beautiful landscape, rolling green meadows, filled with magnolia trees, with the softest, silkiest flowers. And they find touching those petals so hypnotic, so relaxing, so deeply tranquil, like they're connecting with some aspect of themselves that's deeper than they've ever gone before. And then they hear a voice in their mind, beginning to bring them back to the moment. And as they open their eyes, the light has been turned off, but the light remains. And before them is Milton and his dad. And he introduces his dad and says, "This is Eric. And my dad has been here for such a long time. He can explain to you the secrets of this place. This is a deep part of you, of your mind. It's somewhere to explore, and everything here is in the form of a metaphor. And so, Eric begins to guide Barnacle through a meditative process. They tell Barnacle to gaze back into delight, to absorb yourself in delight. And as you absorb yourself in delight, you can listen to the sound of my voice. And while you listen to the sound of my voice, you can just say what you see. And Barnacle explains that what they see is a lamb sleeping in a bed, and the bed is made of rice, and the rice is floating on a lake of perfectly still water, and as it floats on that lake, it turns gently in the water. The lamb resting and sleeping on that bed, the moonlight beating down a silvery glow, illuminating the landscape with that silvery glow, the moonlight sparkling on the surface of the water, the deep blue in the night sky surrounding the moon, the dark green of the night-time leaves of bushy trees around the lake, the faintest gentle sound of the water lapping on the shore of the lake, and that lamb breathing so calmly, so relaxed in bed. And Eric guides Barnacle deeper. Says just take a moment to connect with the lamb's thoughts. Imagine yourself becoming one with the lamb. What's the lamb dreaming about? And Barnacle focuses in the most comfortable way, synchronizing their breathing with the lamb's breathing. And as they do, they begin to see inside the lamb's mind. And the lamb is in a field on a beautiful spring day, and the lamb is munching away on some grass, almost lost in thought, and next to the lamb is the mother. And from time to time the lamb will look up and just count how many of those other sheep are in this field with them. 1, 2, 3, counting those sheep. But every now and then the mother will get in the way, or the sheep will move, and the lamb will start counting again and have to pay even more attention to counting 1, 2, 3, 4, becoming deeper and deeper absorbed. And then the mum says to the little lamb, "It's okay. You don't need to try and count the sheep. I can tell you now, there's 100 of us here in this field." And so the lamb ignores the mum and decides to check 100, 99, 98, 97, 96, 95, going deeper and deeper absorbed in the counting, 94, 93, 92, nope, someone's moved, 100, 99, 98, 97, 96. And so Barnacle observes that the lamb is counting to check how many sheep are in the field. And Eric guides Barnacle deeper and deeper into the experience, until there's a moment of clarity where Barnacle sees what looks like a queen. Somebody wearing a crown, gracefully walking towards him. And he notices, as they're walking towards him, the landscape around them changes to a court. And he finds that he's kneeling within this court and the queen is approaching. And the queen walks right up to him and places a chain around his neck. And on that chain is a symbol. And she looks at him and says, "You're now ready." And with that, he begins to drift back from that meditation. And Eric says, "Now, you're ready." And the mush moon begins to fade. And he hears the morning sounds in the forest and opens his eyes to the dappled light gently dancing on his tent. He leaves the tent and smells the fresh air. He packs everything away and begins to continue exploring this forest. And as he explores the forest, he listens out for that hexagon. And eventually he thinks he can hear it flying high overhead. And he still has some residual abilities from that feather boa. And through the trees, he can see the faint sign of a heat signature and he keeps his eyes on that spot while navigating through the trees to a clearing. And in the clearing he calls down that hexagon, which flies down gracefully, lands before him, and that powerful creature walks in thuds along the ground, and Barnacle heads over to the hexagon, and on the back of the hexagon is a saddle, and the hexagon glances at Barnacle and his back. And so Barnacle jumps on the back of the hexagon, and it launches in the air, its wings flapping, its body gently undulating as it flies. And it seems to instinctively know where it's going, and it flies beyond the clearing. It flies over tall hills to the far side of the island, and near the far side of the island it lands beside some old ruins of an ancient Roman aqueduct, and water's still passing along that, but as its ruins, the water's just pouring like waterfalls off the end of the ruins. And these ruins have been like this for so long. There's a pool beneath both sides, where water falls down and has been eroding the ground. And in the centre of this aqueduct, which has 2 rows of flowing water, is an entrance into the hill. And the entrance has a stone doorway with a worn and weathered wooden door. And Barnacle opens the door and walks through that door into the hill. But inside the hill, instead of finding darkness, they find the most beautiful rock garden. And surrounding the rock garden are bright yellow daffodils, the scent of which wafts into Barnacle's nostrils. And in the centre of this rock garden is a stone figurine. And at the foot of the figurine is an etching. And the etching seems to be some symbols. And Barnacle explores that etching and recognises the stone figurine as being that queen, and touches near his neck and finds that that chain is still around his neck. There's a symbol that matches the etching. And so he walks around the back of that stone figurine And behind the legs of the figurine, tucked just up against the heels, is a jewellery box. He takes off that chain. He places the etching within what looks like a keyhole, and as he twists it, it turns and clicks, and the jewellery box pops open. And as it pops open, so a small figure rises up. Tinkling music begins, and that figure dances to the music. And beneath the figure is a small folded letter. And Barnacle takes that letter, reads the letter, and finds that it shares about this place, about a magical bubble surrounding this island, where dreams come true. And so Barnacle sits beneath one of the cherry trees here in this garden, reading the writing in that letter. Learning that there is no physical treasure as they had thought they'd be seeking. The treasure is the island itself, the magic that it holds, its ability to expand consciousness, that the experience on that mush moon and the experience here are all connected, just different layers of consciousness. And he folds that letter back up and places it back into the jewellery box, and places the jewellery box back in place. And as he places that back and pushes it back against the heels of the stone figurine, so something falls from within the crown of the figurine and lands at his feet. And he picks that up. And it's a small egg-shaped container. And he carefully opens that egg-shaped container. And inside, he finds a small model of some scales and some writing around the model, saying everything balances out. And this special surprise is just for him to take. And inside that egg is a rolled up bit of paper explaining it's a gift from the land to remind him of his connection to this place. And on the other side of that rolled up paper is a series of words which, if read, will trigger that meditation, psychically bringing him back to here. And he leaves this space, and he gets a lift back on the Hexagon, all the way back across the land, back to the beach he started on. It thuds down onto the soft white sand. He dismounts, pushes his boat back out into the water, scrambles into the boat, rows back to his ship. And back on his ship, he begins his journey home. Legolas asking him what his journey was like, if he made any discoveries. And Barnacle explains he found himself. And he places the scales on the edge of his desk, sits back in the captain's chair with a cup of tea, and ponders that experience, knowing he's got many weeks of journey to get home. And as nighttime falls and the ship gently rocks, he writes up his log of his journey, writing in detail about his experience, before settling down in bed, enjoying the gentle rocking of the ship, almost rocking and lulling him to sleep. As he begins to drift and float, so peacefully and so comfortably relaxed to sleep, into Slumberland. And in this bedtime story, the girl is out exploring. She's walking through a meadow on a beautiful summer's day. Some fluffy clouds passing overhead. The sounds of summer songbirds. The warmth of the sun beating down onto her cheeks. The sight of bees and butterflies flitting from plant to plant. Just absorbing herself in her own thoughts while she walks. The sound of her feet moving through the grasses. That slight rustling sound, the dull thud of each footstep, the gentle tickle of the grasses against her legs, the occasional breeze blowing across the top of the meadow. As her mind drifts and floats gently into a reverie. Then jumps softly, meandering, from focusing on roaming through the meadow to being lost in thought, in the most pleasant dreams. And she wanders through this meadow, heading towards a very straight canal that cuts through the landscape. Eventually arriving down by the canal, ambling along the bank, along one side of that canal. The gentle waves lapping on the shore. The light of the sun glistening and dancing on the surface of the water. Dragonflies darting around and hovering above that water. The occasional person on a canoe heading down the canal. And the sight of some long canal boats moored up at the sides of the canal. And she follows this path along the bank, passes some dog walkers, and heads into woodland as the canal cuts through this woodland. The trees rustling around her, the mottled light dancing before her. And in the canal, she can see many families of ducks and their ducklings just swimming around in their rows. Sometimes the little ducklings getting distracted and having to dash to catch up with the group. And the occasional swan gracefully traversing that canal. And yet she continues walking, enjoying the atmosphere, unsure exactly where she's going. But curious what she'll discover on the journey and when she gets there. And while walking along the canal, she encounters locks, and she stops and watches as a lock is opened and a boat moves into the lock and it's closed behind the boat. And then the water is carefully drained out as that boat lowers down. And then the front of the lock is opened and the boat continues its journey. Just as the girl continues her journey, walking along with almost a skip to her step. Not a real skip, but that kind of skip you do when you're walking along and you're enjoying what you're doing. And while continuing along through this wooded area, she sees a stag at the edge of the woodland, which stops eating and glances up at her, and it carefully watches as she passes by. Almost remaining motionless, just following her with its eyes. And she watches it back. And as she clears that stag, so it resumes its eating. As she resumes her walking and passes out the other side of the woodland, continuing along in the sunlight. And alongside the canal, are large open fields, and she sees in one of the fields what looks almost like an army of chicks chirping in the field, chowing down on grain. And continues on and sees all the chickens enjoying the food, enjoying the sunlight. And she continues walking, and while walking, passes a field of cows. One glancing up, giving a deep moo, before continuing to eat. And she walks through the day. And the sun begins to set. And while the sun seems to slowly set over the horizon, so the colour of the sky in the distance begins to turn shades of pinks and reds, while the sky behind her takes on a rich, dark blue hue. And the stars in the sky begin to turn on one at a time, jumping to life. Then she watches as those stars turn on in the sky. And she sees before her a small cottage near a lock along the canal. And there are cosy lights on in the cottage. Shrubberies in the garden. and some lights dotted through the garden that are solar powered and emit just a very low level of light to give the garden a gentle glow. And she opens the gate, closes that behind her, walks up to the front of the house, rings the doorbell, and a friendly old lady answers the door and invites her in. And the girl enters this cozy cottage. And she apologizes for running a little bit late, but says that the walk was so nice and relaxing. She just found herself lost in thought, and she wanted to take it all in and enjoy the journey to the cottage. And the old lady says that's perfectly fine. She's here now, and asks if she's hungry. And the girl says that she is feeling a little peckish. And the woman says she's prepared some soup and homemade crusty bread. And she gets taken through to a dining room, and on the dining room table is what looks almost like a swimming pool of soup. Just a giant bowl of soup. And the soup has just gentle wisps of steam rising from it. And she says this soup is a secret recipe. It's an ancient recipe that's been passed down through her family for generations. From even before the family built this cottage. And the cottage was built about 400 years ago. And she stirs the soup with a ladle, and the girl finds it almost mesmerizing, watching that soup gently turn, noticing the weight and the thickness of the soup. And then she tootles off to the kitchen and comes back with a wooden board of bread, places it down on the table. There's a waft of the scent of the freshly baked bread tickles the inside of the girl's nostrils and dances around her senses as her mouth responds to the smell of that bread. And then the elderly lady cuts up that bread into slices, places some onto a plate, hands it to the girl, and she puts it down beside her, then hands her a bowl and tells her to help herself to the soup. and she takes that ladle and gently stirs the soup before lifting some up and pouring it into the bowl, watching it slop into the bowl, bounce gently around the side of the bowl, flowing within that bowl, before settling softly in place. And then the lady does the same and sits opposite the girl and asks her how her walk was and what she's been up to, if she's seen anything interesting, while they gently eat the soup and the bread, dunking the bread into the soup, finishing the bowl of soup, having felt the warmth of that soup gently pass down through the body, softening, relaxing, calming the body, and then wiping around the bowl with some bread. And the lady says, "You can have some more." And she feels deeply relaxed from this soup and makes herself some more. Pours that into the bowl. Continues chatting while eating, dunking the bread, wiping the bread around the empty bowl, and repeating. And the lady smiles and says, "You're going to sleep well tonight. This soup is great for sleep." And carries on eating her soup. And after eating the soup and the bread, the lady invites the girl to sit out by the canal at the end of the garden, drinking a warm drink, listening to crickets and other nighttime sounds, hearing the gentle flow of water. The darkness of this space, seeing the galaxy stretching overhead, and just talking, following just a flow of consciousness from thought to thought, unsure really where the thoughts are going, but finding it so easy to talk to this woman who sits and listens so well. Who shows a deep interest in what she's got to say. And as the night gets later and later, so the girl begins to feel tired and begins to want to go to sleep, and they head inside, and inside the girl gets shown to the bedroom she'll be sleeping in. and it's a cosy, small bedroom with a bed containing multiple layers of sheets and the comfiest looking pillows. And a small lamp on next to the bed. And the woman says goodnight and closes the door. And this bedroom has a fresh, comfortable scent to it, and the most gentle coolness. And the cozy light brings a deep sense of comfort and kindness to the girl's heart. And she settles down in the bed and begins to drift peacefully asleep. And as she begins to comfortably drift asleep, she starts to dream about walking down some steps from the back of this cottage down to a secret path on a comfortable summer's day. And as she takes each step, curiouser and curiouser, down to the path, she hears a voice in her mind, counting her down those steps. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and she descends those steps slowly and meaningfully, each step feeling so solid beneath her feet, and yet bringing her closer to that path, closer to a deep understanding of something just out of grasp. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and she steps onto the path and finds the bright sunlight too bright, and realizes she's carrying an umbrella, and she holds that umbrella above her head, opens the umbrella out, and it's an umbrella of the softest, lightest fabric, decorated with spring flowers, with a gentle, frilly edge to the edge of the umbrella that's blowing softly in the breeze. And it shades her gently from the sun as she walks along this path. And this path is a gentle gravel path, and she can hear each step slightly gravelly while she walks, and finds herself exploring some landscape she's never explored before. And at first, the landscape seems fairly typical. There's a field of cows along one side, a long hedge separating the field from this path. There's a slight bank down the other side. Then it heads off into woodland, and the trees in the woodland are gently rustling, and she can see the light dancing through the branches, weaving around the woodland floor. But then as she continues to walk, so the landscape seems to begin to shift. The trees stop making a sound as they move. The fields begin to look more spongy and foamy, like she could bounce on them. And while she continues walking, suddenly she notices what at first she thought was a field of corn or some other kind of plant being grown. But notices at the top of each stalk is a tiny cupcake, and she sees in that field a combine harvester. Only the combine harvester is travelling through the field so delicately, cutting the tips of those stalks, just gathering up the cupcakes from the tops of each stalk. And instead of it shooting grain out of a pipe into a trailer, it's funneling the cupcakes onto small conveyor belts, and they're being moved from the front of the combine harvester through the combine harvester on small conveyor belts into rows at the back of the combine harvester. And once one row on the trailer is filled, the mechanism lifts up the conveyor belts are just slightly more than the size of a cupcake, and it starts forming a new row on a new layer in the trailer, filling that trailer with cupcakes. And she can smell how sweet those cupcakes smell. And she continues to walk until she reaches the edge of the field. And she sees by the edge of the field a farmer. And she calls over to the farmer and asks about the farm. And the farmer explains that each field has different cupcakes to be grown and farmed. These ones are carrot cake cupcakes. In another field, they're plain cupcakes with vanilla icing on top. Another field has chocolate cupcakes with chocolate icing on top. And he says that his favourite cupcakes are the strawberry flavoured cupcakes. and he goes and grabs one of those cupcakes and offers it to her, and places a small little gummy bear on the top of the cupcake, squidging it into the icing. He says that makes all the difference. And he hands her that cupcake. And she can smell that strawberry smell as she moves the cupcake towards her mouth. And she takes a bite of that cupcake, and the strangest experience happens that as she bites into the cupcake, it's like an explosion of a taste sensation, like popping bubbles bursting around the inside of her mouth, fizzing. And as the cupcake dissolves while she chews, it seems to turn to liquid. Almost as if the cupcake is like a solid form of a drink. And she acknowledges to the farmer the unique taste and sensation of consuming it. The farmer explains that each cupcake turns to pink lemonade once chewed, and the bubbles fizz and pop, triggering that sensation around the inside of the mouth, the throat, expanding the taste. And she eats the second half of that cupcake and gets given an additional cupcake to take away with her. And she says goodbye to the farmer and continues walking. And as she's walking, so she notices some trees with pink petals waving gently in the breeze. And a gust of wind whips around the trees. The sound of that wind rustling up the leaves, and like a mini tornado, whipping the pink petals from the trees up into the air. And they rise high in the air before the wind fades away. And those pink petals gently fall towards the ground, floating on the breeze. And she reaches down and picks up one of the petals, feeling its waxiness. And feeling this urge to take a bite of the petal just to try it. And as she gently takes a bite of that waxy petal, she notices that it tastes so sweet and brings a tingle to her senses, almost like it's heightening her awareness of the surroundings. And so she eats the rest of the petal and feels her consciousness connecting, expanding, touching the world around her, noticing each and every movement of each and every twig, every rustle of every leaf, the movement of every single blade of grass. Can hear the flapping of the wings of every bird and every insect, and feels that something about the experience is trying to communicate with her a direction to go. And so she jumps the hedge and starts cutting through a marshmallow field, walking along that marshmallow, her feet gently sinking into it as she walks. And she can see at the far end of the field is a farmer with a tractor that seems to be almost hovering or sliding along the top of the marshmallow, dragging behind it what looks like two blades that seem to be cutting the marshmallow into slices. And then there's a device behind that seems to roll it up into an enormous rolled strip of marshmallow that, once it reaches a certain size, gets cut and lands in a trailer. And she continues bobbing along this marshmallow field, finding it difficult and time-consuming to walk through this field, like trying to walk along a stony beach. But eventually she reaches the far side of the field, and she feels drawn to something over here. She jumps the hedge this side, walks into the trees, and in the heart of this woodland is a tree that seems to be humming with the gentle sound of a million bells. And she looks around the tree and gazes up into the tree, and high in the tree she notices a rickety old tree house that's grown up with this tree over hundreds of years. And she scrambles up the side of the tree into the tree house. And inside the tree house, it smells of wood and ever so slightly musty. And there's a small, weathered metal box. And on that box is what looks like a combination lock, only not like a modern combination lock. Looks like something that somebody invented specifically for this box. And so she touches that combination lock, carefully moves each number around, feeling to see if she can notice anything that will reveal when the number facing her is the correct one. And she pushes with a little pressure while doing this. And she notices there's a very slight bit of tension at one specific point. And so she assumes that probably relates to the number needing to be facing her or facing away. And so she feels on each number and makes it so that the tension is facing her, and then tries to release the lock, and it doesn't release. So she does the same, but makes sure the tension is facing away from her. And this time when she tries the lock, it slides open easily and effortlessly. And she opens that metal box. And inside the metal box, she sees a flip book and a pen, which looks like was the one used to draw what's in the flip book. And she begins to flip through that flip book, and she watches as a lizard wanders into the scene, looks left, looks right, picks up a cello case, carries that along, seems to be setting up at a musical event, like a concert, opens the cello case, but finds that the cello's broken. And then the lizard's eyes droop, and the lizard can be seen to be sad. And then a jester dances its way into the scene, pirouetting, jumping, springing about, full of joy and happiness. And the jester drapes a large cloth over the cello, and then is seen to be whipping that cloth away rapidly. And then the words, "Ta-da," appear on the flipbook page. And as that cloth clears the cello, so the cello is in one piece, and small hand-drawn stars and sparkles can be seen around that cello. And then the jester points to a calendar as the lizard glances to the calendar and points to what date it is. And then the jester can be seen holding their belly and laughing, and the lizard can be seen shaking their head. And the jester then bounces and cartwheels off the scene. As the lizard plays that cello before an audience, with a single spotlight shining down on them as they do a solo. And then the flipbook ends with the page lighting up, the spotlight now gone, and a crowd cheering and standing up and clapping, and a tear in the lizard's eye. And then it says the end. And the girl places that flip book back into the tin and looks at what else is in this tin. And finds inside this tin a key attached to some purple ribbon. And she takes that key and looks at it and wonders what it's for. And the only keyhole she can see in this treehouse is into what looks like a medicine cabinet attached to the trunk of the tree. Just a small door in the shape of a box. And so she pops the key into the lock, twists that key with a slight click, opens the door of that cabinet, and notices that instead of seeing the inside of a cabinet, or even seeing the trunk of the tree, she sees the inside of the most opulent mansion. And so she crawls up into the cabinet, crawls through that cabinet, and climbs down the other side, climbing down into a living room of a vast mansion with marble floors, thick rugs, dense curtains hanging by the windows, the most incredible furniture, paintings many times her size hanging on the walls in golden frames, and silver candlestick holders dotted around the shelves and above the fireplace, with tall white candles in those holders. And she walks around exploring this mansion. And as she explores, she feels drawn to a dark corner that seems like it's hiding something. And she heads over towards that dark corner. And in the corner, she sees a small door, like a secret door built into the wall. She crouches down and heads through that small door, and finds herself walking through an icy snowstorm, and yet can tell she's still inside. And in this icy snowstorm, she encounters a snowman who shares with her that they are that part of who you are that you often keep locked away, not because they're bad, but because you'd rather not experience their presence if you don't have to. But they do serve a purpose. They can be helpful, and it is helpful to know and deeply understand yourself and all aspects of yourself, because there's a time for them, just as there's a time for all those others you've met on this journey. As you've been wandering around the inside of your mind, exploring all the corners of your brain in a way that you can understand and connect with. And the girl talks with this snowman and learns even more, before finding that the ice storm is calming, and so the snowman recommends it's time now for her to go. Because she's diluting who they are, and they're a part of who she is. And she heads back out of that room, and she explores some of the other rooms in this mansion, before beginning to feel that pull of wakefulness, beginning to realize she slept through the night. And as she starts to wake up, so the experience around her begins to fade and dissipate to black. And as it fades, she wakes feeling so comfortable in that bed and can smell the most beautiful breakfast being prepared. And she goes and enjoys that breakfast with the elderly lady. She smiles and says, "I can see the soup worked wonders. I can see that you've dreamt and your mind is expanded, and you have a deeper understanding of yourself." And the girl enjoys the breakfast. And the lady and the girl plan what they'll be doing through the day, what they'll be doing through her stay, as she learns more about herself over the coming days. Each day getting to spend some time resting by the canal. Each day learning new skills. And each night integrating those skills deeply within her enjoying the most incredible food, the most transformative food. And on her last day, as it approaches her last night before she'll be heading back home, the lady says there's one last thing for you to experience. And that's to experience connecting deeply and comfortably with the world around you. And the girl sits in the most comfortable chair, and the lady sits opposite, and on a coffee table between the two of them, the lady places a metronome, starts that metronome ticking, and tells the girl to remain very still and with just your eyes watch as that metronome ticks and tocks, and I'll be just talking to you in the background. And so the girl gazes at the metronome, and her eyes follow the tick and the tock as it ticks and tocks and ticks and tocks, and the lady speaks and says it isn't about the ticking or the tocking. Just watch that metronome as it ticks and tocks, but focus your awareness on the spaces between the sounds. Focus your awareness on the nothingness, not on the tick or the tock, but on that space in between. And as you focus on that space between the tick and the tock, you can notice how the more you focus, the deeper you can go, and the deeper you go, the more you focus, and the more space you find between the tick and the tock, noticing that it seems to just take longer to tick and tock. And for every tick of real-world time, the tock can take longer to arrive, and the longer that tock takes to arrive, the more time you can find before the tick. And I don't know, as you listen to the tick and the tock, whether the ticking and the tocking will stretch further and further apart, to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words, or the changes in your mind as you become so absorbed in that nothingness, in that space between the ticking and the tocking, the space between the in-breath and the out-breath, the space between the words that you say to yourself, the space between the flap of a butterfly's wings, the space between the movement of the clouds, the space between the earth and the moon, the planets and the stars, the stars and each other, the galaxies, the space between thoughts, the space between particles, between atoms, the space between the crests of the waves that make up the particles. The space between the gentle fuzz of space itself. Focusing attention so much on that space between, so much on nothingness, like focusing narrower and narrower from the largest scale through the fuzz of reality, through those quantum fluctuations, beyond the Planck scale, passing through space, passing through the space between all of space, focusing so narrowly, you pass deeper and deeper to a point of nothingness, a point where there is no space, where there is no time, where there is just now. And letting your mind sit now. And wander perhaps from one to now to now to one, flipping one and now one. Absorbing yourself in that fundamental point, and then noticing your consciousness begin to sparkle in that point, and noticing that spark of consciousness leap to the next nearest point, and then the next and the next. And each spark of consciousness leaps to all the sparks of consciousness nearby, exponentially spreading from one point of consciousness to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 to 32 to 64, doubling each time as your consciousness jumps from one fundamental point of space and time where there is no time nor space, doubling each time, only at the rate and speed that you relax deeper and deeper. More profoundly into the experience of expanding consciousness, of shifting realities, exploring the multiverse, following your path. As you see those sparks of consciousness jump to life like tiny bells playing around you with each spark of light, until very quickly that consciousness, the timeless consciousness, doubles to fill the universe. And only then do you feel that connection with all things, that deep compassion and understanding, a new perspective of yourself, the world you live in a way that brings deep peace and harmony that will continue with each and every breath you take. And that will continue to build and expand and grow with every dream, in every way that's good for you, your well-being. That spreads peace and kindness to others. And when that's happened, and it becomes a part of you, then you'll begin to drift back to noticing the ticking and the talking, and the way it just gently continues with that regular rhythm, so comfortably, so deeply. And the girl sits with the experience for a while, and the lady quietens down in the background to give her time for her consciousness to expand, to understand, to connect. To the changes undulating deep within you now. And then when the time is right, the girl's eyes gently open and she smiles, a deep and comfortable smile. And the lady stops the ticking metronome, and the girl feels ready for bed. She feels like her mind has expanded in ways it needs to learn and rest, to process the changes that have happened here, now. And after an evening drink and a final chat with this lady, knowing in the morning she'll make her journey home, she heads back to bed, settles down in bed, pondering the experience she's had the last few days, the metaphorical exploration of her brain, and the deep, meaningful meditations connecting her with herself, with others, with the world around her, helping to improve mental health, helping to reduce worry, helping to calm anxiety and find peace and clarity and understanding and a focus. And her eyes feel heavier as she rests in bed. They gently close, and she feels herself swimming deeply in consciousness through a pool of peace, light, love, feeling that through her body as sleep begins to take hold, softening, relaxing her head, relaxing the muscles around her face, calming, softening with every single out-breath, the muscles through her neck, her jaw, softening and relaxing down the shoulders, down each arm, all the way down to the fingertips, and deeply and comfortably down through the body, the breathing softening and deepening. Her body relaxing, inner healing taking place, relaxing the lower back, calming, softening, feeling a light sense of deep relaxation spreading down the legs, all the way to the tips of her toes as she drifts and floats so calmly, so deeply, so peacefully into Slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you're staying on holiday in a grand house overlooking a vast canyon, and out the back of the house is a hot tub, and you're resting in that hot tub, gazing out across the canyon, watching the way the sun is passing across the sky. Occasional wispy clouds coming and going. The feeling of the water bubbling around you. Perhaps noticing a bird flying high in the sky, circling on an updraft. As you rest there, the warm water carefully caressing your body, the sound of those bubbles, the smell of the water, as you carefully drink a tea from a tiny china teacup, the sound of that teacup against the saucer. As you lift it up, move it to your mouth, take a sip of the tea, feel that tea passing down through your body before carefully placing that teacup back down on the china saucer. Just enjoying this holiday, this breakaway. Enjoying a sense of peace and calm. An occasional sense of drifting into a reverie. While your arms rest on the side of the hot tub and your body relaxes under the water. And you just enjoy the serenity of this location, the silence, knowing there's no one else around for many miles. And you watch as that sun begins to dip below the horizon, and the colours of the sky change from blue to a tinge of red and orange as the air gently cools slightly, and you can feel that cool air against your cheeks, the tops of your arms, and yet you continue to sit and rest in that hot tub. And while you continue resting in that hot tub, the sun continues to set, and more stars become visible in the night sky. And once the night sky is an inky dark blue, and the only light is the gentle glow of some flamed torches dotted around the garden. You leave the hot tub, feeling the cool air as it wraps around your body. And you wrap a warm dressing gown around your body, that robe with its soft, fluffy material, hugging your body, bringing warmth to you in the cold night air. And you walk over to sit on a chair, and you lounge back on that chair, gazing up high at the sky. Watching satellites pass overhead, watching the occasional shooting star. Feeling yourself begin to drift into a reverie, your eyes getting heavier and heavier, wanting to close, your breathing relaxing, feeling so cozy and calm. And as you drift into that reverie, you have this sense of lounging back on the bank of a river, feeling the grass beneath you, the texture of the grass under the palms of your hands. breathing in the countryside air, the different scents of wildflowers, hearing the rustling of the leaves in the nearby trees. Hearing the gentle sound of the river flowing past, and the soft sound of a family of ducks bobbing their way along that river. As if the river is the duck superhighway. Ducks bobbing along and being carried by the current, speeding down that river. And you start to open your eyes here in this meadow and sit yourself up and see how lush the grass looks. See the reeds along the riverbank rattling in the breeze. A swan pushing against the current as ducks go speeding past. And beside you, you see your teddy bear, just resting there, sitting up, propped against a bag, with its own small cup of tea and saucer. And you see your cup and saucer, and a little stand of cakes. And you realise you're enjoying afternoon tea with Teddy. And you take a scone, you slice it open, you place some cream and jam in that scone. You munch down on that, gazing over at Teddy, imagining that they're drinking their tea. And after eating and drinking, you stand up and wander over to the edge of the river, waddling your feet into the shallow water at the edge of that river, feeling the cool water bubbling over your feet, listening to the sounds of the ducks, seeing some of those ducklings weaving and pushing their way through the reeds, while the parent ducks loiter along the edge of the reeds, keeping an eye on those ducklings. And then in the water, you see something glistening, and you reach into that water and scoop up that glistening object. And as you pull it up out of the water, you find that it's a necklace with a clown hanging from that necklace, and the buttons down the front of the clown's clothing appear to be sparkling diamonds catching in the sunlight. When you take a closer look, at that necklace. You place that necklace around your neck. You project your awareness to your fingertips, as if looking at the back of your neck. As you maneuver those fingertips to do up that clasp behind your neck. And then just very gently pulling on the necklace to feel that the clasp has definitely sealed, and then releasing your grip on the necklace as it hangs down around your neck. That clown resting on your chest just beneath your chin. And you feel a certain weight to that necklace. You feel like there's something different about it. A certain warmth starts to form from the necklace. And that warmth begins to infuse gently within your body, weaving its way through your body. And you hear a low and comfortable rumble, like a low hum, emanating from the necklace and through your being. Beginning to stretch out within and around your chest, down to your legs, down to your arms and your fingertips, up to the top of your head, down to the tips of your toes. And then you instinctively feel your arms and your legs thrust outwards and your head thrust upwards. And with that movement, you feel like you're throwing off a shell. And at the corner of your eye, you can see yourself. And where you could see your arms, your body, your legs, you now see yourself as a purple dragon. You can feel the wings on your back, flapping, keeping you airborne. You can see a mystical landscape below, rounded, small mountain-shaped hills protruding through a fog, each covered in stone and moss and some rough grasses. Like upturned cups dotted everywhere. And as you look around, you find yourself flying as instinctively as when you walk from A to B without a thought. And you fly down into the fog, feeling that fog against your skin. Flying down beneath the fog, low to the ground. And you find that this ground, this landscape, is like marshy, shallow seas, dotted with marshy green land, boggy grasses, and these tall mounds protruding up into the sky. And you fly and weave around those tall mounds, keeping close to the ground and the water, the tip of your wings occasionally slicing through the surface of the water, cutting through the tops of the grasses, before launching back up above the fog, spiralling around, seeming to almost drag some of that fog up with you, creating what looks almost like a tornado following your body up and round into the sky. As the sun up here burns the tip of that fog off and warms your body, and the warmth of the sun seems to almost infuse with you, as if it's powering you, as if somehow flying in the sun is filling you with energy, and you feel your body warming in the sun, your chest and your throat comfortably warming. And you develop an urge to scream, like an excited, happy scream. And when you let out that scream, a burst of white flame explodes from your mouth with a loud roar and a rumble through your throat. And when you stop screaming, so the flame dissipates and you fly above this landscape, flying beyond the fog, flying away from those large mounds, the shallow waters, and above dense meadows of wildflowers. Seeing deer huddled together in the meadows, munching on the ground, swooping down, seeing birds flitting from tree to tree, hopping around on the grass, bees and butterflies pottering around from plant to plant. And as you fly, you see what looks like a castle in the distance, and you fly to that castle. And as you land in the courtyard of the castle, so you land so softly and delicately. And when you go to move towards the castle entrance, you realize out your peripheral vision, you no longer look like a dragon. You seem to have become a mouse, walking so daintily through the courtyard. Your fluffy body slightly frizzy with the moisture in the air, and you tootle along, heading up towards the entrance to that castle. And while you walk along, you notice that that necklace is still around your neck, only it seems to have resized to match the size you are now as a mouse. And you head up to that castle, and there's no way you can knock on this door and be heard. So you look around the doorway and you find a small hole in the corner of the wooden door, where the wooden door is beginning to rot slightly. And you softly squeeze your way through that hole, heading into this castle, unsure what you'll find. And your feet tap gently across the stone floor as you explore the castle. And the castle seems deserted, almost as if whoever was here disappeared in an instant. And you climb up a table leg and see food still laid out on the table. And you munch your way through some of that food, feeling a sense like you want to eat something, like you need something satisfying your soul in some way. Then you head over to a bowl that looks like a punch bowl, and you scramble up, poke your head over the rim, and begin to drink some of that drink in the bowl. And as you drink, so you stumble and fall in. And as you fall in, you give the tiniest of splashes, but then find something strange, that you seem to have changed again. And as you look around under this liquid, you find that it seems like you're looking around in a coral reef in the most beautiful turquoise water, seeing corals of all sorts of colours, different fish swimming among the coral, and other sea creatures, hearing the sounds of dolphins, the distant sounds of whales, and seeing that you've become a turtle, almost flying under the water with such ease and so little effort required. And you swim as a turtle down towards the coral. You weave your way through the coral, that necklace still hanging around your neck. And you see something in the distance, like a dark patch, almost like a tunnel, perhaps a cave. And as you swim closer, you notice that that cave seems to be triangular. And you swim closer and closer to the cave. You pass through the cave, But as you pass through the cave, you seem to leave the water. And as you leave the water, going deeper and deeper, passing through that cave, so you hear the rush of wind around you. You feel yourself skid to a halt in snow. You stand up and notice that you're an incredibly fluffy white fox with a bushy tail, thick fur, and the howling wind just makes your fur flutter. But you don't feel the cold apart from just slightly on the tip of your nose, and the sensation of the wind against your eyes, and the occasional gentle flapping of your ears. And as you walk through the snow, your footsteps are so soft, so delicate, just the slightest crunch with each step. And this landscape seems so barren. All you can see in every direction is snow, blending into a storm. And while walking through this snow, you spy a gentle glow, a slightly silvery white glow. You walk towards that glow, and in the snow, you see the most beautiful, glowing angel. And as you get closer and closer, so she seems to tingle like the sound of delicate bells. And she seems so friendly, and in the softest voice, she introduces herself as the Snow Angel. And with that, the wind calms down, and she stood before you in a delicate white cape, draped down, touching the top of the snow. The only thing showing behind her are translucent wings. She explains that the storm is just her cape, expanded. And if she opens her cape, the storm will return. And she tells you that you're here on a mission of inner discovery, of learning something about yourself that you'll only know by accessing multiple different aspects of yourself. And each aspect of yourself is contained within a different being. And so you have to explore each of those aspects of yourself to better know yourself and get a whole impression of yourself and a whole understanding of who you are and who you can be and what you can achieve. And she hands you a small bar of lavender-scented soap. It tells you that this will be the secret to finding your way from here. And with that, she opens her cape, the storm returns, and she fades into the distance. And as this fox, you continue on, walking through this snowy landscape, and you notice an area where the snow is becoming thinner, and you can see some dark blue water as you approach. And you walk towards that water and you can see some steam just gently rising from the water. And you get closer and closer and you notice this water seems to be a natural hot spring of the most comfortable temperature and so refreshing in this cold landscape. And you walk into that water. You rub up that soap, it lathers up. You begin to wash that soap over yourself, absorbing yourself in the scent of lavender. That scent of lavender filling your nostrils, breathing in through your body, tingling at the back of your eyes, twitching in the tips of your ears. Feeling yourself relaxing deeper and deeper. And your eyes closing. And as your eyes close, so you feel the water fade away around you. And while the water fades away, you feel that you're resting in a meadow on a beautiful summer's day. You open your eyes and you find that you're now a gopher and you're exploring this meadow. And in the middle of this meadow is a large rock, and sticking in that large rock is a sword, and that sword is gently humming, as if it's vibrating a song. And you bound your way over to that sword, and as you get near, the sword begins to talk. It asks you to sit down, take a moment and listen. I'm going to tell you a story. A story about a child called Heather. And Heather was out one day in a pumpkin patch. And she was gathering up pumpkins for pumpkin pie. And as she was gathering up those pumpkins, they got heavier and heavier and harder to carry. But she had to get those pumpkins home. And she tried to carry that basket of pumpkins. But the more she walked, the heavier they felt. And it felt like so much time was passing as she was carrying those pumpkins. And she could see home but it seemed so far away, as if every step she took towards the house, she was finding herself 2 steps further away. And she walked and walked. And then someone dressed as a knight in silver shining armour appeared before her, and they offered to help her, and she accepted that help. And that knight helped her carry the pumpkins all the way home. And once home, she offered them a cup of tea. And they came in for the cup of tea, but when they took their helmet off, she was surprised by what she saw. Underneath the helmet, this knight was an octopus. And they removed their armour and flopped to the floor, and they spoke to her about magic and about taking on different forms, about how they can disguise themselves and how they can use their strong arms to shape themselves, whether it's filling armour or hiding in a crevice. And while drinking tea, they share knowledge. And Heather sets about cooking pumpkin pie. And almost as if the scent of pumpkin pie wafting through the land, her father appeared at the door. And he arrived at the door wearing socks and sandals, dressed as a bandit. And he wasn't happy to see a knight's armour lying on the ground. He worried that there was a knight here in his home, and he had his stolen items in a sack. And as he arrived, the octopus camouflaged itself, and so he couldn't see the octopus there. And then slowly the octopus revealed itself, explained they're not a knight. And the father explained why he did what he did, and about being poor and trying to provide. And so the octopus took this opportunity to teach something to the father. He spoke about a story he had heard about a monk who'd left his shoes outside a building while he went into the building. And when he came back, his shoes were gone. And the monk's friend said how angry he must be at his shoes going missing, at whoever stole those shoes. And the monk explained that whoever took the shoes probably needed them more than he did. And the person that took the shoes has given him this gift of learning and exploring, kindness and compassion, exploring forgiveness, exploring acceptance. That if the person hadn't taken those shoes, there are lessons he would never learn. There are feelings he'd never experience. And the friend didn't fully understand. But the monk was just sharing. And the octopus continued on teaching. And one of the items the bandit had taken was that talking sword. And the octopus told the bandit, "You need to place that sword in the stone in the pumpkin patch, and it will stay there until someone comes along who's capable of removing that sword." And when that occurs, they'll bring a new understanding through time, a new wave of good fortune. And like a ripple through time, like a stone in a pool of water, that'll spread through time. And it'll follow the path back through everyone who's touched that sword. And the sword's tail will bring peace and new understanding. And you'll no longer be poor, but you'll be rich in a very specific kind of way. But that way of being rich will allow you to have what you need, and it'll allow you to release what you want. And the octopus then climbs back into the armour. The bandit takes the sword out to the stone. The octopus follows. And once the sword is in the stone, so the octopus rests an arm on the bandit's head and says, "I'm the keeper of dreams," and passes a dream to the bandit. And the bandit's eyes close, they become very still. They drift into a deep and powerful reverie, going through an experience much like the one you're going through now. As if their brain has been reprogrammed, like taking a chunk of the old out and replacing it with something new. And when they release that bandit's brain, and the bandit returns back to themselves, they find the fields full of lush crops. They go and eat Heather's pumpkin pie, and the octopus in that suit jumps in the air, and as the suit falls to the ground, so there's an explosion of sand from within the suit that dissipates with a thick breeze wafting on the winds of peace and harmony. And so the sword continues telling the story and says that you, as a gopher here, is the one who's destined to remove the sword from the stone. And as a gopher, you question whether you'd be able to remove that sword from the stone. They say you're not called a gopher for nothing. You're going to go far. But to go far, you need to remove that sword. And the gopher climbs up on the stone, and as this gopher, you take hold of the sword and so easily and effortlessly manage to lift it out of the stone. The sound of that sword sliding its way through that stone, humming as it stretches into the air, like a lightning bolt sparking from the tip of the sword up into the sky, arcing overhead, like that lightning is dancing from cloud to cloud, back down to the earth again, and finding yourself stood there tall and proud, no longer looking like a gopher. And as you gaze up and around and look back in front of you, you find your landscape has changed again. You're stood in a large, empty room, a room that's pitch black and so large you can't see the sides. And a man in a purple cape is stood in the shadows. And he explains that he's a magician of sorts. He's the observer. He watches over everything. And he creates transformational experiences like this one. And he gestures for you to follow him. And carrying that sword, you follow him on a long walk through this dark room, an almost soundless room, just the most delicate spatial hum. And after a long walk, you notice some windows, and you walk over to those windows and stand next to the magician at the window. And you look out of the window, and below you can see the earth. And he says that for millennia, people have gazed up at the night sky, watched the moon pass overhead, unaware the moon is an ancient alien spaceship and that we're the aliens. We're here observing, watching, transforming lives from afar. He gestures and points and says, "Down there. You're sleeping, resting on a comfortable chair, thinking you're drifting and dreaming, unaware. I've been inside your mind, helping to reprogram things and help make some changes. Almost like granting wishes. And in a moment, you're going to look at me. You're going to look into my eyes. I'm going to count from 3 to 1. And on the count of 1, you're going to think I fade away. But actually, you're the one fading away from here, back to the you there. And you'll wake up, thinking this was all a dream. 3, 2. That's it, all the way, deeper and deeper. 1, that's it. And as the experience seems to fade like a dream, you find yourself waking on that chair. Nighttime, deepening, and you head into the building. You head to your bed, and it's the most comfortable, most perfect bed, the ideal mattress, the most comfortable pillow. And it takes no time at all for your head to hit the pillow and your eyes to close and your mind to drift deeply and comfortably asleep into Slumberland. And you're walking gently along a calm seashore, walking barefoot in the sand, feeling the warm water roll gently in over your feet, the sensation of that water pulling the sand back out to sea, the sound of each wave as it rolls in and out. And while walking along the shore and allowing your mind to drift and wander, you can feel the warmth of the sun, hear the sound of seabirds, smell that salty air, and feel what each footstep feels like as they sink gently, squelching into the sand. And you walk for a little while, and you can see a family down the beach, children playing and laughing, the parents sitting in the sun with lashings of sun cream plastered over their faces, their body. The children throwing beach ball to each other. The way that ball almost floats through the air. It doesn't matter how hard the children throw the ball. Within a fraction of a second, it slows right down and almost floats through the air. And you continue along the beach. You walk past that family. And you head to a beautiful white horse. And you mount the horse. And you begin to walk the horse along the beach. Its feet trudging through that sand, splashing up some of the water. Leaving its hoof prints in the sand. And then directing it up from the beach, directing it through some woodland. As the sounds from the beach begin to fade into the background, and the sounds of that family fade away. And the sounds of the seabirds. Now beginning to hear the gentle song of songbirds wafting through the woodland. The light dancing before you as the leaves above rattle around in the treetops. And the gentle thud, 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 thud of the horse walking on the compacted soil, occasionally stepping over roots crossing the path, occasionally having to duck beneath branches, your body gently rocking as the horse walks. Until you reach a gate, and you reach down, you flick open the gate, and the horse's body gently pushes on the gate, pushing the gate open. Then turning around, the gate swinging closed, clunking into place. You just check that the gate is closed properly before walking onto the road. And as the horse walks along the road, so its metal shoes clang against the road surface. And you walk along the edge of the woodland. And on the other side of this road, there's a hedgerow. On the other side of the hedgerow, There's many fields and meadows rolling off into the distance. And you continue along this road. The only sounds, the sounds of the horse walking, the sounds of its breathing and your breathing. The sounds of songbirds and the gentle rustling of leaves. And the horse walks following the road. And you follow this road for many hours, not seeing anybody else in all that time. Until you decide to stop for a moment. You dismount, move the horse over, off of the road. You loop the reins around a branch. You set up camp and a small campfire. And as evening approaches, you settle down, have something to eat, something to drink. And just relax and enjoy this calming experience. And while you eat, you see a small bluebird fly down a short distance from you, its tail flicking gently, making small jumps, keeping its eyes on some bread that you have. And so you crumple up a little bit of the bread. You throw that over for the bird. It tentatively skips towards you, pecks up some of those crumbs, looking up at you between each peck, and skips back. And the bluebird hangs around as long as you've got some food for it. But after a while, you've nothing else for it. And so it darts off as quickly as it had landed. And while the sun begins to set, so you take a book out of your backpack, and it's an old book, and you turn to a specifically bookmarked page and continue reading from that page, really trying to understand what's written on the pages, the meaning of what's written there. And what you find written is largely written in hieroglyphs, an ancient script. And so it takes some time to understand that text. Because not only do you have to work out exactly what it says, but there are often multiple meanings for different words. And so you work through trying to work out the best combination of the different words and phrases that the ancient text and hieroglyphs mean, to try and form something which makes sense. And yet a lot of it doesn't quite make sense. And you find what seems like a ritual written down. And this ritual describes creating a circle out of hot stones. And so you follow the instructions. You place the stones in the fire, and when they're glowing, you place them down, forming a circle. And by now the sun has set. And so in this cool night air, to the backdrop of crickets humming around you, you've got the campfire flickering, gently rumbling, and that glowing stone circle on the moist grass with a little bit of steam rising from around the edges of the stones. You then take a branch and you slice that branch lengthways until you have a plank. You place that in front of the stone circle across some raised stones, like a table. And you continue reading the instructions. And you get some charcoal from the fire, and you draw a symbol on the left-hand side of that plank, and you draw another symbol on the right-hand side. And those symbols come from the book. And then you grab a stone. You follow the instructions to wrap some thread around that stone in a specific way that the stone hangs almost like hanging in a basket, with the thread tied above the stone in such a way that it makes a pendulum. And then you tie that pendulum to a stick. And it's a long willow stick that has a little give to it that flexes with the most gentle creak. And then in the center of the stones, you sprinkle down some sand that you gathered on the beach. And among the sand, you place some pebbles. And then you take some of the burning sticks from the fire. You rest them with the flames touching the stones. And smoke gently rises from around that ring. You continue reading the instructions, and it instructs you to sit cross-legged, holding the willow branch, tucked with one end of it against your body, directly in your center line, just below your navel. And the pendulum swings gently above that board. And it tells you that one of those symbols means yes, and one of those symbols means no. And you hang that pendulum right in the center of the board. And the book instructs you to focus on the pendulum and focus on the idea of receiving the answer, and just keep focusing on that. The answer to the riddle of what this all means. And so you focus on that pendulum, and it just hangs so still, occasionally just slightly spiraling, but hangs directly down. And you focus on whether you can receive the answer. And as you focus on that, you notice the slightest movement start in that pendulum, and you're sure that you're remaining as stationary as possible, that you're not moving it. But you see it beginning to move, and the more you see it, the more it moves, and the more it moves, the more you notice it moving. And the more you notice it moving, the more it swings. And you notice that it's not just swinging left and right. It begins swinging in a circle, and that circle is slanted towards the yes symbol, as if it's swinging in a circle, like the orbit of a comet, swinging out to the yes and back to the center, swinging round and round. And you watch, slightly hypnotized and slightly amazed and curious, as you notice that The flames touching the stones seem to be gradually glowing brighter and brighter, as if they're heating up the stones, and the stones in turn are powering the flames. And the fire seems to be seeping somehow onto the sand. And as you continue watching, while the pendulum's swinging, in the darkness of the night, with just the blanket of stars for company, and the horse resting beside you, and the sounds of the crickets, the sand begins to glow, as if it's becoming so hot it's melting. And it glows red and orange and yellow and white. And yet, somehow, hypnotically, you find your eyes just stuck gazing at that sand. And then the sand begins to cool. But as it cools, you notice it seems to have been turned to glass. And the flames burn themselves out. The stones begin to dim down. Your campfire burns down to embers. And what felt like just a few minutes, you discover hours have passed. And you place down the pendulum. You stand up. You lean over that glass circle, and you see your reflection in the moonlight dancing off of the surface, bouncing up with its silvery light, illuminating your face. You feel like you're glowing in that moonlight as you gaze into that circle, and you can see your reflection, and then you notice a slight haze around your reflection. And then, almost as if someone's just stamped in the center of the glass, it shatters, and in its place there seems to just be a dark hole. And you hear a whispering voice coming from within that hole, almost summoning you in. Jump. 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 You feel a gentle pressure around your shoulders, your back. A calming, comfortable pressure that seems to be encouraging you. Jump. You gaze down into that hole. Jump. And as you gaze into the hole, jump. You feel this urge. Jump. And you jump in the air, pull your arms in, your legs in, jumping into the hole. And as soon as you're in the hole, you realize it's like a giant slide, a bit like a water slide with such smooth sides. And you power your way round this slide, unsure where it's going to end, feeling like it's going on for ages, until eventually it calms down. You feel slowing down. But in pitch black, you can't quite get an idea of how fast or how far you've travelled. And that circle of light in the distance gets larger and closer until you burst out the end, fly through the air. And while flying through the air, you see the vastest, most beautiful landscape. And you see what looks like a bouncy castle being moved around. And you realize that it's moving to be where you're about to land. And you strike that bouncy castle. You bounce vertically high in the air, and then land back on the bouncy castle, bouncing up and down a little bit until you come to a halt. And you rest there for a moment on the bouncy castle, catching your breath, just taking a moment to take in what just happened, feeling a sense of relief. And then you climb off the bouncy castle, jump down onto the grass, and you can see here the sun's just beginning to rise over the horizon. And you turn back and you see underneath the bouncy castle an army of guinea pigs with gently squeaking voices. Each one wearing sports shorts and sunglasses and little headbands. Each one looking relieved that they managed to move the bouncy castle to where you are going to land. And you see, in front of the bouncy castle, is a kangaroo. And the kangaroo has a notebook and a small pencil. And that kangaroo is wearing yoga shorts and also has a headband and some wristbands and a young kangaroo tucked carefully in their pouch. And you see that in the notebook is some mathematics showing the arc you travelled through the air, working out where you were going to land. The kangaroo says that they're usually the yoga instructor, but when they saw you flying through the air and they realised they've got a visitor, they quickly rallied the troops together to make sure that you'd have a safe landing. And you thank the kangaroo and you thank the guinea pigs. The kangaroo says that perhaps you found your way here to meet with the Ancient One, because that's the only way someone would have come through that tube and found their way to this land. And they tell you that pebbles will show you the way. And you look around you trying to find out where Pebbles is. And then you see a small chicken trotting along beside you. The kangaroo says, "This is Pebbles. She's one of the most powerful witches in the land. And she'll show you the way to the Ancient One." And so you follow Pebbles. You walk across this land. And as you walk across the land, you try and engage in conversation with Pebbles. But Pebbles just clucks away. And as the sun rises, so it becomes obscured by dark and looming clouds. And it begins to rain, the largest, warmest, most comfortable raindrops. And Pebbles takes a small cocktail umbrella from behind one of her wings, pops that up over her head, with the large drops slapping the top of the umbrella, bouncing off, as she just about manages to keep the top of her head dry, while the rest of her is getting soaked. As you walk in the rain running down your face, that gentle smell of a landscape that hasn't been rained on for a very long time, finally soaking through. And as this dense shower passes, Pebbles pops down the umbrella, and the rain begins to gently evaporate, and against the dark backdrop of the clouds, the most beautiful rainbow forms overhead, almost guiding your way. And Pebbles continues to cluck along. And a gentle mist rises from the damp landscape as the sun rises overhead. And you see in the distance what looks like a small hut. And outside the hut looks like somebody sitting on a swinging chair. And they seem to be playing a musical instrument and absorbed in their playing, almost as if they're in a reverie of their own. And Pebbles shows you all the way to the hut, nods as if to say goodbye, then jumps up, pops up that umbrella, twirls the umbrella with her beak. Sparkles come off of the umbrella as the umbrella lifts her up into the air, her bottom flailing around while she hangs on with her beak, her claws just gently dangling. And that umbrella, fizzing and spinning and sparkling as it spins, creating a ring of sparkly light. And you watch for a while until she's almost out of sight. You turn to this person on that swinging chair outside that hut, and they look up at you, and you notice that there's something different about them. They're wearing a top hat. They're dressed in the smartest looking clothes. They stop playing a mandolin to talk with you, and the first thing they say, but observing you watch pebbles fly away, is that is a fairy ring, that sparkling ring of light, spinning and sparkling with the energy to defy gravity. And they place the mandolin beside them, and they take their top hat off, and they pull a scythe out of their top hat, and they say to you, "There's somewhere you've been looking for that relates to that book you've been reading." And they say some incomprehensible words. And swing that scythe in the air, and you hear it cutting the air. You hear ravens calling out in the distance, and you see ravens launching into the air, circling overhead, as that cut air begins to separate. And just like cutting through paper or cutting through material with tension either side, that cut separates and opens out, and you see a rip in space and time. And mesmerized, you gaze through that rip in space and time, and they tell you they're a being from far away. They came to Earth thousands of years ago. They've been the guardian of knowledge, the keeper of secrets. And they're going to show you something from thousands of years ago. And with you, they walk through that rip in space and time, and you find yourself on the edge of an encroaching desert, the sun beating down overhead. And lush green landscape before you, wrapped tightly around the edge of the Nile. And they say that neither of you can be seen here. They're just showing you what once was. They're showing you what you've been seeking. That knowledge that was lost to time. They explain that 10,000 years ago, this is where they were, and here is where they still are. And they walk you through this lush landscape. And you can see villages of people milling around, some down by the river, boats on the river. You can see farmland, and you see one intriguing location, and they walk you all the way to that location. And as you stand near that location, you can hear a low, gentle rumble. And they say that this large cave that goes down perhaps 600 meters leads to an underground cave system. And there's water running through the base of this cave. And that water creates a gentle rumble and hiss, depending on how much water is flowing through it. As floods happen elsewhere, there's a delay before water flows down there. And when water flows heavy, it sounds like a growl. When water flows lighter, it sounds like a hiss. And those around here began to worship this giant hole. There was no way for these people to know how to get down into the hole, and it's so deep, it just descends into darkness. But as time went on, we arrived. We gave them knowledge. And we told them to store that knowledge, and that we would help being the keepers of that knowledge. And we placed the knowledge in emerald crystals. And we built towers with holes in that filled with scrolls. And we built a floor above these deep caves. And underneath that floor, in the safety of the cave, all the knowledge of the ancients was stored. And I was the keeper of that knowledge, an eternal being. And as time went on, other civilizations started building up. And as they built up, so there was a fear that they may try and take that knowledge or destroy the knowledge, thousands of years of history, of learning, of wisdom. And so a massive building project took place. And a giant pyramid was built over the top of that chamber of knowledge. And to guard the pyramid, a sphinx was placed with a secret tunnel that would lead to the chamber. And across a generation, the pyramid was built. And the legends continued that there was a snake down there, perhaps a dragon, some kind of creature that growled and roared and hissed, that guarded the underworld. And that legend protected the chamber from anyone investigating, because the legend became bigger than the truth of it being an underground library. And as the landscape dried out, so the library would survive, and with a giant pyramid over the top, and the encroaching desert, and the disappearing greenery, and fewer people, being right here, reduced awareness, a memory within the civilization of the ancient library. And as they're talking to you, so you see time moving through, that pyramid being built, the sun rising and setting and rising and setting, day after day, like watching the world around you move in fast forward. And they tell you that a time of pharaohs arrived who believed that they were gods, and the first pharaoh was still aware of that knowledge, and they wanted to have the status of being the guardian of the knowledge. And so on their death, they made sure they were buried inside the pyramid, above that ancient secret library. And as years went on, so more pharaohs followed suit. In the older days, they just used to build smaller pyramids. But now there was this one large pyramid. Others wanted to do the same, but no longer to guard the knowledge. But now they wanted to do the same, to prove they were more worthy, more godlike than what came before. And eventually, as civilizations do, they lost their way, dispersed. History happened, and the library was lost to time, forever buried and untouched in that cave. Tens of thousands of scrolls and objects and documents and knowledge stored from our ancient race. Within those emerald crystals. And this alien then guides you into that library as it looks today, guides you through a secret entrance. You descend a spiral staircase, and all the way down that spiral staircase are scrolls in holes in the central column, and you realize there are multiple columns stretching down to the cave floor. And at the base of the cave, you look around, and the alien lights a torch that illuminates the cave. You see the vastness of this chamber, each footstep echoing, and yet there's a certain stillness and silence to this chamber. You see how delicate the scrolls are that are stored here. You see the giant emerald. And then the alien guides you back out and tells you this is what you've been seeking, that that book shares the last handed down secrets of the existence of this ancient library. And they've remained the keeper of knowledge. But since it's been filled in with a giant pyramid overhead, they now monitor it from afar, from a temporal realm between worlds. And they're the ones that have created that temporal realm. It's their own little zone, made to look how they want it to look. And they can come and go as they please. And with a click, the temporal realm can disappear completely. And they swing the scythe, slicing a rip in space and time. They walk back through to that temporal realm. You follow them back. You sit on that swing chair at their hut as they tell you more of the history of how they visited the planet, how they influenced civilizations despite trying really hard to just be observers. But they didn't bank on ancient civilizations and their tendency to find meaning and to imbue meaning upon situations, and to want some kind of explanation to the point that they're prepared to create their own explanation and then treat it as true. And so it didn't take long for them to be known as gods here, when they're really just visitors from the stars. And they even hung on to those beliefs to the point that they started building their buildings to mirror the stars in the sky, building their buildings almost like a map back to where the aliens had come from. And the other aliens had left. Just they remained to watch over those records. And then, after a little while, the sun begins to set, and they guide you into the hut. They offer you some food and some drink. They tell you that you can't go back the way you came, so you'll need to have some drink to find your way home. And you sit in their cabin, resting in that hut. You start drinking the drink that they've made for you, and it's a warm and comfortable drink that tickles your nose as it wafts around your face, that tingles behind the eyes. And as you drink that drink, and you're gazing out the window, as the sun's almost fully set, you see the field outside the window beginning to bubble and fizzle, beginning to undulate. You see what looks like fog rising from the field, but the fog seems to be rising with the field, as if taking the field with it as it rises higher and higher. And you notice beneath the field, what's left as the field disappears and rises into the sky is just black. And you look out other windows. You see the trees fizzing and bubbling and rising from the ground, almost turning to particles as they merge with the fog. You see the kitchen tap jump down from the back of the kitchen sink, and start dancing on the work surface. You then see the plates jump up with little legs appearing and start dancing. And everything around you seems to begin to separate into individual particles and gradually pop particle by particle out of existence until the darkness around you gets closer and closer as every particle of matter slowly pops out of existence until you're just left in a state of nothingness, in a void where you can't see anything, you can't hear anything, there's no up, no down, no left, no right, no back, no forth. Just a space of nothingness, no temperature, no sensations, just being, just peace and calm and serenity. And then very slowly you see what looks like a pinprick of light, and then another and another and another and another, and gradually, pinprick by pinprick, you see a new reality forming around you, until enough of that reality is formed that you can begin to feel it beneath you, begin to feel yourself existing here, begin to hear here, and finding yourself standing over that hole. As you sit back down and look up and look around and see your horse resting beside you, as if just a moment has passed. And you settle down into a tent and you begin to write up your experiences, writing in detail what happened, the ritual you undertook, the void, the ancient Egyptian library under the pyramid, those you encountered, and after writing up your experience, you leave the tent, you walk around and occasionally jump up and down just to make sure you have a sense of reality and being connected to reality. Almost like checking that everything is as solid as it is supposed to be. And then, with nighttime still set in, you settle down in the tent, curious about the future, curious about how you'll share your new learning and what you may choose not to share, and how this experience might shape you in the future. feeling a sense of peace and calm, you gently drift and float, relaxed asleep, into Slumberland. And as you comfortably drift into a dream, you find yourself jumping on the softest, fluffiest clouds, on the darkest of nights, and the top of the clouds is illuminated by moonlight. Almost making the clouds seem alive with brightness, with the most comfortable, peaceful glow. As the stars overhead twinkle, almost as if they're dancing in the distance themselves, jumping softly around in the sky. And as you jump up and down on that cloud, you notice the way the cloud cradles your feet as you land. The spongy texture of the cloud, the soft feeling of the cloud against the underside of your feet, like walking on the softest wool. And noticing how springy the cloud is as you jump higher and higher into the sky, sometimes managing to jump so high you can spin in the air and then land on your bottom and then bounce back up again as if you're on the softest of trampolines, doing different somersaults. And each time you strike the cloud, so you notice yourself going a little deeper and deeper into the experience, at first in a way that goes unknown to you. And you feel so full of energy when you start jumping on the cloud, but find that with each bounce, a little energy seeps away into the cloud, as a little sleep seeps in to your senses. And so your jumping softens and relaxes with time. And you notice as you bounce on that cloud how peaceful it is up here in this sky, with that blanket of cloud stretched out beneath you. And eventually, sleep begins to settle in to the point that you feel it's time now to stop jumping, and you head to the edge of the cloud. You sit on that soft cloud, dangling your legs over the edge, and you notice a curious sight. That where you've been jumping on the top of the cloud, small puffballs of cloud have been separating from the underside, and you can now see all those little puffballs gradually, slowly drifting down to the ground below. And what you notice as you watch those puffballs drifting to the ground is that the closer they get to the ground, the more they're developing legs and a head and a short fluffy tail. And as the puffballs land on the ground one by one, you notice that they land as sheep. And the sound of each one baaing takes time to rise up from the ground to your ears. But you watch as each puffball gradually settles into a field below, and they naturally begin to huddle closer together, as if realizing they all came from the same place, and so they want to be in the same field. And in your mind you look down and begin counting those sheep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, some have just moved. Let's start again. 1, 2, 3, 4, deeper and deeper absorbed. 5. And you try focusing on counting those sheep, but every now and then a sheep will cut through the sheep, finding a new place among the herd, and you'll have to start counting again as you lose your place. But you're determined to focus really hard on counting those sheep, trying really hard to count all of the sheep. Because you know if you can count all of those sheep, you'll be aware of how many bounces you did on the clouds. And you're curious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, counting those sheep, losing count, starting again. Each time you restart counting, you drift a little deeper and deeper into the experience. And you know that you'll eventually succeed at counting those sheep. But the more you count, the heavier your eyelids seem to get, as if the weight of each number settles in just above your eyes, sitting relaxing on those eyelids, weighing them gently down. but you persevere, counting those sheep. 7, 8, 9, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, deeper and deeper, 3, 4, and you keep counting those sheep until eventually, as those eyelids get heavier and heavier, you succeed in making it to that last sheep. And as you count the last sheep, so you lie back onto the cloud, feeling a deep sense of relief and satisfaction at achieving counting those sheep. And that cloud under your back is so soft, like the fluffiest, puffiest blanket you could ever lie back on, relaxing back deeply, profoundly. And while you relax back onto that cloud, feeling the cloud under your lower back, your upper back, your shoulders, gently resting your head like the fluffiest, softest pillow. The sensation of the cloud on the arms, the hands, under those legs. You feel yourself beginning to drift and dream deeper and deeper into the experience. And you have this sense of standing up while your body lies there. And the more you stand up and move away from that body, the deeper and more profoundly asleep that body becomes. And while you walk away from your body, you can see how deeply relaxed you look. The softening of the muscles around the face, the breathing so slow and steady. And you walk along this cloud, only this time as you walk away from yourself, sleeping deeper and deeper over there. You find yourself following a path that's forming before each footstep. And as you follow this path, the path is slightly warm and comfortable. A gentle road leading you through this cloud landscape. As the rolling tops of the clouds move gently while you walk, and in the distance you start to hear the sound of flowing water, and you work your way in the direction of that sound, and the path just seems to be going where you're going. As you follow that path, curious where it'll lead, and eventually you find yourself walking along the edge of the most beautiful crystal clear river. The water gently bubbling and meandering along the cloud, like a river through a white landscape. And you see as you walk a building with a water wheel attached, a little way off in the distance. And you gently walk towards that water wheel. And as you walk, the water smells so fresh, so clean and peaceful. The sound of that water filling your senses with a deep sense of peace and comfort. And then you hear the gentle sound of the water wheel turning. And you notice that where the water wheel is, the river flows down a gentle waterfall, passing the water wheel, filling a small lake that seems very shallow. And that lake is full of tiny eddies, tens of thousands of small eddies, each gently whirling around in the water. And you notice that beneath each one is a tiny hole, and that as this cloud you're on is passing over the landscape below, so the water flows, fills this small lake, and then filters through those holes, creating rain beneath the cloud. And you can hear the clunky sound of that water wheel as it turns, the sloshing sound of the water, the gentle splashing of that water. And you head into the building, and inside the building you see an alligator sitting in the most comfortable armchair, knitting a multicoloured scarf. And next to the alligator is a backgammon board. And sitting next to the backgammon board is an owl with some glasses perched gently on the tip of their beak. And the alligator and the owl seem to be deeply engrossed in that game of backgammon, while the alligator is knitting at the same time. And a fire is gently crackling away in the fireplace. And with a hoot, the owl invites you to go to the kitchen, grab yourself a tea cake, perhaps take down the mug on the shelf, and if you like, you can make yourself a warm drink. And so, while they continue playing, you head over to the kitchen area. You grab a large mug, you mix yourself a drink with the ingredients that are right there beside you. You smell that sweet scent of the drink. You add a little honey to the drink. You take one of the tea cakes and you head back over to the owl and the alligator. And you thank them for the drink and the tea cake. You take a bite of the tea cake. You feel the sensations of that soft, fluffy cake, the sweet taste, and a slight appley taste to the cake. And you can smell that gentle appley smell. And you munch your way through the cake. You wipe the crumbs off your mouth. You brush your hands together. Then move on to drinking the drink. And as you begin to drink that drink, so you feel the warmth of the drink passing in your mouth, the vapour from the drink tickling your nostrils, almost as if that vapour is tingling around the inside of your ears and the roof of your mouth and up behind your eyes, stimulating your brain before the warmth of the drink massages your tongue, your throat, bringing peace and calm down through your body, like a warmth radiating out, softening your shoulders, softening the muscles down the arms, relaxing the hands, massaging the shoulders, the upper back, bringing peace down through your sides, your stomach, all the way down into your legs. And the owl notices that you look like you want to sit down, that you're becoming deeply relaxed. And so the owl invites you to sit in the chair opposite the alligator, beside the fire. And so you sit down deeply into that chair as you continue to drink. And the owl tells you that you can rest one hand on the arm of the chair, and that will let the chair know you want to relax deeply. And so you rest your arm on the arm of the chair, the palm of your hand touching the raggedy material, the worn fabric. And it's almost as if the chair comes alive and begins to softly scratch your back in the calmest, most pleasant way. And you can feel your back being gently scratched with the most pleasurable back scratching as you continue drinking that drink. And from time to time, you notice that the table the backgammon is resting on seems to glitch, as if glitching in and out of reality. And the owl notices you noticing this and explains that the table is a periodic table. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. There's a rhythm to the periods of existing here and not existing here. But the essence of the table remains. So even when the table isn't here, everything on the table remains where the table should be. And as you begin to finish that drink, you can really begin to feel your mind drifting, as if you want to close your eyes and sink into an experience. And so you decide to close your eyes a moment, and the alligator says, "That's fine, they'll be just sat there playing." You can drift asleep and relax and dream. And so you find your consciousness drifting asleep, passing through a fading dream. And you start to have this sense of grass tickling your cheeks and the backs of your ears and the back of your neck. The faint sound of rustling grass in a breeze. The delicate warmth of a sun massaging your face, warming your cheeks, your forehead, the tip of your nose. That gentle red glow through the eyes. The feeling of grass under your arms and your hands. The delicate sound of songbirds. The occasional coolness and dimness of passing clouds. And as your consciousness settles in here, so you begin to open your eyes. And you sit up and look around, and you find you're lying near an oak tree in the middle of a meadow with rolling hills, songbirds flying around, bees and butterflies flitting from plant to plant. And beside the tree is a folded piece of paper. And you open that piece of paper, and it seems to be a treasure map. And you stand up, you twist around that bit of paper, gazing around you, trying to match up what you can see on the paper with the landscape around you. You can see the way the sunlight makes a distant river glisten. So you can see where that river is, and you line the map up to match the orientation of the landscape. You look on the map. You can see where X marks the spot. And out of curiosity, you decide to go and investigate. And so you start to walk through this meadow on this beautiful, warm summer's day. Taking your time to walk, enjoying the environment. And as you walk, you're curious, what will be at the X? From where you are, you can't see where the X is. You can't see the exact location. And so you can't work out exactly what will be there. And you try and work out what you think will be the best route to get to that X, based on the rolling hills and that distant river. You feel that perhaps if you walk over the hills to the river, you can follow the river as close as it gets to the X, and then cut from the river over to the X, rather than try and push in a straight line, going up and down hills endlessly. And so you head over towards the river, heading down the hills and weaving your way among those hills without having to walk up each one and down each one, weaving your way towards the nearest point of the river as the clouds gently drift across the sky. The more bulbous clouds already passed by, the wispy clouds dancing along very high in the sky, easily dispersing, barely blocking any sun. And eventually, after about half a day's walking, you arrive at the river. You splash some of that water on your face. You grab yourself a drink of the water. You sit down for a moment by the river to rest, just enjoying the environment. Before heading along the side of that river, the sounds of the reeds rustling, weaving through the landscape. Until you reach the point that looks like it's probably the location where the river is nearest to the X. And at that point you cut away from the river. You head up a hill walk through the meadows at the top of the hill, descend the far side, head up another hill, walk through the meadows, descend the far side as the sun begins to set over the horizon. And eventually you arrive at the edge of some magical woodland. And at the edge of this magical woodland, with the sun now fully set, you can see you've still got quite a way to go. So you decide to camp here for the night. You gather up some firewood, you light a small fire. You sit near the warmth of that fire as it crackles gently before you, the light dancing around, shadows leaping from point to point. The evening sound of crickets, the occasional evening bird, just resting your back against a tree, watching the stars pass across the sky, the occasional shooting star, almost fizzing its way past you. Before finding yourself relaxing off of the tree, curling up on the ground, the fire burning down to embers. As you drift and float into the most pleasant, deeply relaxed dream. And the next morning, you awaken to head into the woodland. And as you walk into this magical woodland, so you can notice the morning mist wafting around your legs, the occasional ray of sun dancing through the canopy, slicing along the path ahead. The gently rustling leaves of the trees, the echoey sound of songbirds through this woodland. And with all that, you continue following that map. And deep in the heart of this woodland, you come out to a well-lit clearing. And in that clearing, you see a pure white unicorn drinking from a pool of water. And you slowly approach that unicorn. You can hear the unicorn moving its feet on the shore, the sound of it drinking. You can see the way the light seems to glisten on its back and sides, and in its mane. And the unicorn gazes over at you as you're walking towards it. and it begins to walk towards you. And it bows its head down, as if to signal for you to climb on its back. And as you climb on its back, so the world around you seems to shift and change, as if the unicorn was crossing dimensions and existed between dimensions. No longer did the woodland look like it did a moment ago. Now the landscape around you takes on a mysterious hue with multicoloured flashes of light passing through the grasses and the trees. The sky, a deep pink. The water, an electric blue. Dots of light flying among the trees. And the trees are taller, as if this is some kind of a forest. And light in the landscape seems to pulse and undulate. And gradually shift from one colour to another. Like watching oil move slowly on the surface of water. And the more you find yourself absorbed in the experience, the more there's a detachment from the world as it was moments ago. And the world you find yourself in now seems to become more psychedelic. And in this psychedelic world, the unicorn continues to glow with the most pure white. And you ride on its back, unsure where it's taking you, still referring to the map, and hoping that you're still following that path to where X marks the spot. And the unicorn heads into the forest, and as it does, you notice that in this forest, what at first you thought were trees are actually tree-sized mushrooms, with stalks towering high up into the sky. And then the mushroom stretching out like a canopy of mushrooms overhead. And the spores of the mushrooms gently raining down, glistening, sparkling, like glitter wafting through the wind. Weaving around through this forest of mushrooms, as psychedelic colours pulse up through those mushrooms from the ground, as if they're sucking up magical energy, processing that magical energy. And their spores are tiny fragments of magical energy, escaping and spreading through the landscape. And yet you continue on, following that map. And then you start to notice that around you are ancient ruins that you seem to have passed into. What looks like ancient ruins of temples, of old pyramids, of statues and other structures. And the glittery particles from the mushrooms have settled all over your clothing, in your hair, glistening and sparkling. And you're aware, as you've been breathing in those spores, that it seems to have been raising your consciousness, helping you begin to see this world for what it is, so that when you dismount from the unicorn, the world doesn't fade. It continues to exist, powered by the mushroom spores. And you notice that you're getting close to the X. And you can see a ruined structure in the distance that looks like a collapsed pyramid. And it seems to be right where the X would be. And you head over towards that collapsed pyramid. You walk around the base of the pyramid, trying to work out what was here and whether there's any way to explore this location. And around the far side of the pyramid, you find a small entrance with some steps seemingly leading down beneath the structure. And you wonder whether the structure above ground has collapsed, but perhaps whatever's beneath the pyramid is perfectly fine, and so you decide to investigate. You descend those steps. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3 deeper and deeper, 2, 1 all the way. And you step into a corridor under this structure. All sound more muted, no longer being really able to hear the sounds of the environment above this space. Just the very slight dull sound of walking around down here in the dim light, noticing the mycelial network has infused down here as the mushrooms are taking back this landscape that was once probably a thriving city. And the mycelium network down here is gently pulsing and glowing, letting out a gentle green glow through this tunnel you're walking along. And at the end of the tunnel, you find a door. You carefully open that wooden door. And this chamber is where X marks. And you see in the center of this room what looks like a chest. You head over to that chest. You carefully open the lid of the chest, and inside that chest you find a wooden mask. You hold that mask facing you, out in front of you, and it has the calmest, friendliest face to it. And you feel compelled to place the mask over your face. As you turn that mask around, you can feel the weight and the texture of the wood of that mask. You can notice the gentle pulsing of the psychedelic colours within that wood. You carefully begin to move the mask closer and closer to your face. And as you do, you start to hear the distant sound of drums, not coming from any place specifically, just seeming to be everywhere all at once, getting gently louder and louder as that mask gets closer and closer to your face. Until eventually the mask reaches your face and you close your eyes for a moment as you fit that mask onto your face. And when you open your eyes, you experience silence. You find yourself standing on a misty moor, wearing a tweed jacket and a curious hat. And on this misty moor, you can hear the sounds of sheep within the mist, grazing on the grass. You can see grey clouds overhead. You can feel the damp air on your cheeks. And when you look down beside you, you notice a small wolf cub looking up at you with puppy dog eyes. looking so friendly with its silver fur, like a little puffball in the moist air. And you start to walk through this moorland, noticing the way the ground is slightly squidgy and squelchy. And as you walk, you see small areas of light flying in the low fog. And you walk around exploring this landscape. And while you explore, one of the small flashes of light begins to move over towards you. And it flies out of the fog and introduces itself as a fairy. And you notice that it's a very unusual looking fairy. It explains that it's a fairy hedgehog. It looks like a hedgehog, but with butterfly wings that are translucent, sparkling, and rapidly flapping. As it hangs there before you, its little legs dangling, its small face bobbing before you. And this fairy tells you that by wearing that mask, you've passed through space and time into this landscape, this magical moor. And that it's been a very long time since anyone wore the mask and came visiting here. But the landowner would probably like to meet you. And they tell you to head through the moor. They give you directions, but tell you to keep to the areas of more dense grass. And so you walk through this moorland, keeping to the more dense grass as you go. The moisture in the air running through your hair, tickling the back of your neck and your cheeks. And in the dense fog, you can see the distant glow of light at windows. And so you head towards that building. And the building, as you get closer, looks like a stately home, surrounded by a large brick and iron fence and a large wrought iron gate. And with a creak, you open the gate, feeling the coolness of the metal. Close that behind you. Walk the long driveway to the front of this home. Knock the large knocker, and then after a few minutes of waiting, someone comes to the door and opens the door, and they let you and the wolf cub in. And it's a cat wearing a long purple robe made of soft, heavy material. And they invite you in, and you explain where you've come from, the adventure you've been on, finding that mask. And although you don't feel like you're wearing a mask, you're assuming that you still are. And they invite you through to the coziest of drawing rooms with a large crackling fire beneath a tall stone chimney. And they tell you that this home is at the heart of the realms. And they show you through to a magical room. And you see in this magical room multiple doors. And they tell you one door leads to a land of elves and dwarves and fantasy creatures. Another door leads to a land of talking animals, where everyone can understand everyone else. Another door leads to a land of portals and time travelling. And another door leads to the most incredible, calming beach on the edge of a vast underwater landscape of incredible underwater creatures. And they guide you through to that beach, walking out of the door onto the softest white sand. And along the beach a little way is a pirate fishing who greets the cat. The cat says that they regularly visit this beach and the pirate regularly fishes here. And the water is lapping so gently onto the shore, almost as if it's just tickling the edge of the sand. And the cat invites you to walk into the water, to feel how comfortable this water is. And you walk into that water, feeling the warmth of the water. And while standing in the water, the weather gradually changes. A few gentle rain clouds pass overhead, and for a moment, there's a warm, gentle shower of rain. And as those clouds pass, and the sun graces the sky once more, with its warmth, comfort, a rainbow stretches across the sky, following that cloud. And the water continues lapping onto the shore. And you rest on the sand for a while, the little wolf cub resting on your lap, accepting a gentle stroke The cat sits beside you and shares with you some knowledge about the experience and tells you they'll go and grab you a book that will explain more, and that, if understood, will help you to access even more than you've done here today. They walk off back into their home, and while they're gone, you rest back on the sand, just listening to the water lapping on the shore, feeling the warmth of this environment. Occasionally and faintly hearing the sound of that pirate fishing. And then the cat returns and hands you an ancient book that smells as old as it looks. And you leave this beach with the book. You head back in through the grand house. You ask the cat how you leave this place, and they tell you just have to take the mask off. And as you think about taking the mask off, so you see the way that wolf cub looks up at you, you ask what happens. Why was the wolf cub there? Are you here taking on the role of someone else? What happens when you take the mask off in relation to the wolf? And they say that you'll just disappear. And so you pick up the wolf as you take off the mask, and you find that the wolf has remained with you as you find yourself back before that chest. And you're holding the wolf, and you're holding the book, and you're holding the mask. And you place that mask back down in the chest. You sit for a moment looking through the book, exploring that book, learning that letting yourself drift into a dream in a special kind of way allows you to pass from one reality to another, and you learn the secrets of reality shifting dreams, and you learn how it's possible to begin to select the reality you want to go to, and to have the most pleasant night's sleep and dreams. And with your new companion, you find your way out of this chamber and back out through the forest. And that unicorn takes you back to the lake. And back at the lake, you wash yourself off. And as you wash off all the particles that you've been caked in, all the spores from the mushrooms overhead. You find this reality beginning to fade, and as it fades, you pick up that wolf cub again. Make sure you've got hold of the book, and you find yourself standing in the heart of that woodland, that unicorn before you by that small lake. You find your way back through the woodland, back along the river. And strangely and unexpectedly, you find that you understand, as you rest and sleep in that meadow again, how to awaken in that chair, bringing with you the book and the wolf cub. And when you appear to awaken and that wolf cub appears with you, and you seem to have that book with you, the alligator and the owl don't seem at all fazed. They just glance up, welcome you back. They ask you if you'd like another drink. You say you think it's time now to go. And you head off back the way you came. You find your way all the way back to yourself. You see yourself there sleeping, looking so peaceful, so calm and relaxed. And as you awaken yourself there, so you find yourself integrating with that you, awakening on the cloud, and then stepping off the cloud, and finding yourself at home in bed, opening your eyes momentarily, seeing that wolf cub sitting on your bed, curled up, as a new companion to support you through the future, the book resting beside you on the bedside table. And with a deep sense of peace and comfort, you wrap yourself back up in your blankets. You snuggle your head back down into the pillow. And with a sense of curiosity of where your mind will now explore, you drift and float back asleep into Slumberland. You have a sense of being a small child, sitting cross-legged on the floor of a cabin on the most comfortable, thick rug, listening to a gently crackling fire. The light of the fire flickering around the inside of the cabin. And your granddad sat in the most comfortable seat. And they're smoking a pipe. And the smoke gently rises up from that pipe and in a slightly gravelly voice, they watch their smoke rising up, while beginning to recount a story from their past. And while the smoke rises up and twists and turns, it's as if the two of you drift with that story, almost like drifting into a dream. And they talk about a time that happened decades earlier. They were out tending to the pumpkins in the pumpkin patch, enjoying the cool nighttime air. Listening to the nighttime sounds of crickets, an owl somewhere in the distance, they were gazing up at the stars overhead, watching the way those stars twinkled faintly in the night sky. And as they watched those stars, so they noticed that some of the stars were moving slightly faster than the others, and at a slightly different angle to the other stars. And as they found their attention drawn to those stars, so they noticed it was just 3 stars that seemed to form a triangle in the sky. And that triangle wasn't visible. The only way to notice it was by the absence of other stars. As it slowly and quietly moved across the sky. And they watched as that continued moving. And eventually that triangle looked like it was getting larger and larger. Those 3 stars were moving further and further apart. And as nothing could be seen, it was hard to tell whether the 3 stars were moving apart or whether something was getting closer and closer. Until eventually, those stars stopped and hovered overhead. And while hovering overhead, a light lit up from the center of those 3 stars. Right over the granddad's head, like a spotlight beaming down upon them. And that spotlight became brighter and brighter, giving off a warmth. And then there was a fuzziness and a slight haziness, and mist could be seen rising from the ground beneath the grandad. And then that light seemed to turn off, and as the light turned off, So the Grandad found they couldn't see anything, just pitch black. But they also couldn't hear anything. All the nature sounds had gone. It wasn't just their eyes adjusting to the dark. Something had shifted and changed. And they took a step and realized that they were now on a solid floor. And their eyes very, very slightly began to adjust to the dark. They started seeing the faintest outlines of the environment, as if they were in a metal room. And with an arm stretched out, they slowly, quietly, and carefully walked across this room. Each footstep barely making a sound. And they reached the wall of this room, began to follow the edge of that wall with their hand, until eventually they found what felt like a door handle. They opened that door and were almost blinded by how bright the outside was. They walked out of the door and held a hand up in front of their face, covering their eyes from the light, giving themselves time for their eyes to adapt again, now to the brightness of daytime. And as they walked out into this landscape, they saw a landscape of coarse, dry grass, small shrubs, a dense blue sky. And as they looked around, they noticed something unusual in the sky. A little bit like noticing some reflections and some glare from light. And they realized that, stretched high overhead, it looked like there was a glass dome, almost as if they were in a fishbowl. And as they looked around themselves, they could see other animals, some cows in a field, some wolves in the distance, an eagle flying in the sky. It all looked very Earth-like, apart from that dome overhead. And so they walked away from that door, turned and looked back. And it looked like a metal door into the side of a cliff. And as they looked back, so the door closed. And they heard it seal. And so they decided to explore and try and work out where they are and what's occurring. And they headed over towards a patch of woodland to try and get out of the sun. And so they crunched their way through that dry grass, walked over to the trees. And the closer they got to those trees, the more they could hear them gently rustling in the breeze. And they entered that woodland and felt the shade of those trees. And the sun occasionally danced through the leaves. And they could hear some sounds like monkeys among this woodland. And so they quietly walked through the woodland. And as they walked, they got closer and closer to the sound of the monkeys. And then they saw among the trees those monkeys swinging from branch to branch, some running and jumping off the branches from one tree to another. Some young monkeys chasing each other around the trees and jumping from tree to tree. And one large monkey almost treating it like a gym, seemingly doing pull-ups on a branch and then swinging itself around, hooking its legs up over the top of the branch and seemingly doing upside-down sit-ups. And so the grandad worked their way around those monkeys, still trying to work out where here is, occasionally hearing a low rumbling sound that seemed to be everywhere all at once. On the other side of this woodland, they continued on, noticing that the sun here seemed to be beginning to gently set, casting the most comfortable golden light that reflected and refracted within the glass dome. And they decided to try and make it all the way to the dome, perhaps finding a way of knowing where here is. And they headed over towards the side of the dome, and at the foot of the dome was a tall cliff, similar to the cliff they had walked out of. And they could see a waterfall pouring down the side of that cliff, forming the river, which meandered its way through the landscape, past the woodland, and off to a lake. And they headed over towards that river, gently splashed their hands down into the water, splashed a bit of that cool water on their face, had a drink of some of that water before heading over to the waterfall, surveying the cliff to see if there's a way up that cliff. And then trying to climb that cliff a little, and managing to climb up behind the waterfall. And finding there's a small cave behind this waterfall. And they cool down that cave to listen for the echoes. But this cave seems to just absorb sound. And within just a step or two into the cave, so much sound is absorbed that the waterfall can no longer be heard. And when shouting down that cave, not only are there no echoes, but the Grandad couldn't even hear their own voice, as if the sound waves were absorbed as soon as they'd left the vocal cords and the mouth. And each footstep was silent. And this silence made it very difficult to judge fully how heavy each footstep was, and what the ground beneath the feet was like. And so the Grandad walked back to the entrance to the cave, sat on the entrance to the cave, legs dangling down. That waterfall crashing down in front of them, like a waving sheet of cloth. And they looked down, and they could see that this water wasn't only splashing into the river below, but it looked like there was a slightly darker area. Perhaps this water had carved out some space with its strength, perhaps over thousands of years. And so the Grandad decided to jump down into the river. And as soon as they landed in the water, and they took a deep breath in, they went under the water, and they were pushed incredibly fast by the pressure of the water. And they noticed it looked like there was a cave. And so they swam down, using the pressure of that water to swim even faster into that cave. And they followed that cave, and it arced round and headed back in the direction of the cliff. And they followed that round, swam into the darkness, noticed a faint glowing from within the water, and saw some underwater faint glowing mushrooms lining the walls of the cave. And in that gentle glow, They could see that there was a surface to this water in this cave. As they swam up to that surface, took a deep breath as the water ran down their face, and they climbed out of the water into this cave. And this cave shared the same properties, that it seemed to absorb sound. And they gathered up some of those mushrooms from around the edge of the water, and used those mushrooms as a torch as they walked along this cave. And this cave looked natural, but at the same time seemed to have a strange element to it, like something was slightly off, like looking at a face created with AI, where it seems to look natural, but something just isn't quite right about it. They couldn't quite put their finger on what. And they followed this cave. And at the end of the cave, they found what looked like a circular door with a bar stretched across that door. They pulled hard on that bar, and the door popped open, and they walked through that door and found themselves in what looked like a spaceship. They could hear the distant sound of voices. The metal floor felt slightly rubbery to the touch. The rumbling was louder. And before them was what looked like a giant glass window. And through that window, they could see stars and nebula. And they could tell that this ship was moving through space. And as they explored, they noticed that where they've just come from was one of many different chambers, different environments. And they walked along to one of the other environments. And they climbed up and looked into that environment. And in that environment, they could see unusual creatures they've never seen before. And they opened the door to that environment, closed it behind them, walked along this corridor, experiencing the same thing again, that all sound seemed to be fully absorbed by this corridor that resembled a cave. And they found their way to a point where the cave dropped down a vertical shaft. They rested their back against the shaft and their legs with their feet up on the opposite wall, and their hands resting against the wall behind them. And they carefully walked their way down, keeping themselves wedged in position, with their back and hands helping them to move down as their feet walk down the opposite wall. Until they reach the bottom of the opposite wall, and then drop down into the shaft below. And they walked along that shaft and found that they were right behind a waterfall. And they recognized that something similar was probably at the end of the cave that they had initially found. And they worked their way round from behind the waterfall and looked out across this landscape, seeing that dome overhead. Seeing what looked a little bit like a white peacock, only its head and body looked a little bit more like a rabbit. And its legs and feet looked a bit more like the swan's legs and feet. And they saw the most incredible rainbow colours arcing through this environment, almost pulsing among the flowers here, as if it's the flowers pulsing that colour into the sky. And then noticing as that peacock creature moves its chest and head as if it's making noise, but instead of noise coming out, circles of rainbow colour emanate from that peacock. And then as that emanates out, so another similar creature flies down and lands and waves its tail feathers, and the two seem to interact, both seemingly beaming out pulses of colour. And as the coloured light from both of them collides in space, it seems to intertwine, forming bands of white and black, enhancing some of the colour, while reducing other colour frequencies. And as each of them changes their movements, a little bit like a person changing the pitch of their voice. The colours shifted and changed, as if the two of them were trying to get their colours in sync with each other. And then when they do, it's like the most incredible pulsing light, as if the light from both of them is hugging and intertwining and spiralling up into the sky and then dispersing overhead. And as they look around and they see this going on with the plants, with the trees, with the grasses, with everything communicating through pulses of light, and all that light radiating up into the sky, reaching high in the sky and seemingly condensing, and then falling down like rainbow drops of rain. And the Grandad found this almost hypnotic to watch. And they went over to the trees. They grabbed one of the vines from the tree and broke off a branch and tied the vine to the branch. And then climbed their way back up into the tunnel, walked all the way to the back of the tunnel, threw that branch up as high as they could. The first time, the branch just fell back down and met them again. So they threw the branch up again, and once again it fell back down. But the third time they threw that branch up, and it managed to straighten out above the hole, catching across the hole, and was strong enough for them to hoik themselves up, just up into the hole so that they could rest their back against one side and their feet up on the other, and ascend the way they went down. And once up out of that hole, they gathered up the vine and that branch, and they went off to check out what else was here in this spaceship. And as they walked around the spaceship, they saw different ornaments, like souvenirs from different places these aliens had perhaps visited. Almost like this area was used as some kind of a museum. They could still hear the mumbling of voices off in the distance. And they saw more domes. Then they saw a ladder, and so they climbed that ladder to another floor. And from this floor, they could look down upon multiple domes. And just within what they could see, there was at least a dozen domes. 12 . and each dome had a very different environment. And from up here they could see some small creatures that looked unfamiliar, at different computer consoles, seemingly studying what's taking place within the different domes. And they snuck along to get a closer look. They climbed down a ladder nearer to those aliens. And then they walked their way out to confront the aliens. And one of the aliens was startled by their presence. And as they jumped back with their startle, their gasp sounded like stepping on bubble wrap. Just the faint sound of multiple pops. And they started to talk. And their talking sounded like patterns of popping bubbles on bubble wrap. And then the alien went over and picked up a machine and began talking into the machine. And then the machine began talking in a language they could understand and asked where they came from. They were supposed to be in their environment. And the Grandad explained they'd found a way out and wanted to know what was going on. And they said that they visit different alien worlds. They beam aboard different creatures into an environment they've created to resemble the environment those creatures have come from. They watch how those creatures interact, how they explore, what they do when they have to just survive. And then once they've gained some knowledge, they beam all the creatures back to where they found them. And as they beam them back, they scramble the memories as best they can of their experience here. But because the neurology of every creature is different, they can't guarantee totally deleting the memories. So they just do their best to scramble them. And the alien isn't worried about saying any of this, because they're assuming that they're going to do the same with the Grandad. And they say that they're the machine elves. On the planet they come from, there are many different races of elves that all chose different lives. Some are tall and slender and athletic and enjoy nature and live within the trees and the mountainous regions Others are shorter and more squat. They like working hard, working up a sweat. They work in mines, enjoy being underground. And then there are those who are driven by knowledge and invention and exploration. And they're the machine elves. And thousands of years earlier, in Earth years, they left their planet to go and explore. And they have these enormous ships with habitats built into them. And they have technology for being able to recreate different habitats. And so they head to different worlds. They scan the environments of those worlds. They then beam up different creatures, study them for a while, and then beam those creatures back. And then nanotechnology dismantles the world within the dome, ready for it to reform for the next creatures they beam up. And they have some emergency ways of getting into the dome if they need to check on something, or if a creature has a problem within a dome and they need to intervene. But generally they try not to make themselves known. And obviously, an enormous spaceship can be very noisy. And so the domes are built on their advanced soundproofing that wraps around under the dome and partway up the side of the domes, on the inside and the outside, to minimize the sound of the ship's rumble. And they do their best to try to minimize anything that could give away that this environment isn't natural. But obviously, if there's an intellectual species, they may figure it out, but they're unlikely normally to figure out a way out of the dome before such time as they've been beamed back to where they were found. But the Grandad had found their way out of the dome, and now here they were. And the Grandad asked what happens next. How do they find their way home? And they said they don't want their mind wiped. And this machine elf said that you can't avoid having your mind wiped. It has to happen. And then they started punching in things on the computer. And what looked like eyeballs formed, almost like holograms. And the elf began talking looking up at those eyes. And a voice could be heard talking back from the floating eyes. And the Grandad realised they were talking about what had happened and what should be done. And so they decided to take off before any action was taken by the elf. And so they ran back to that ladder, ascended back up to the top floor where they'd get a better view. They saw the eyeballs fizzle out, saw other elves dash into the area below. All those elves suddenly ascending and chasing the Grandad. As he ran along and slid down the ladder at the other side and ran around all of the different enclosures and ran past an enclosure that seemed to be full of giant snails with slime up the glass domes, and snails even hanging from the top. And then found a way down to a lower level, and using the branch and the vine, managed to quickly descend down that level, and then attached the vine to the bottom of the door they just descended through, and tied it off to a step at the bottom. And they knew that would only slow them down a little. And then they ran over to a console, picked up one of those voice-changing machines, and started talking into the machine. And the sound of bubble wrap came out the other side. And they talked to a computer, asking where the transporters are to beam back down to different planets. And a map fizzled into view before them. And it seemed to be fizzling into view in line with the device they held. Almost like the device was somehow beaming it, like augmented reality before them. And it was marked on the map where they had to get to. As they ran around the ship, found their way where they could beam back to a planet. They asked for it to program in to beam back to Earth and back to their location. And they saw it whirring to life, like a giant purple pearl forming before them that began vibrating on its outside. And then within that purple pearl, a pink formed, stretching out to the size of that giant purple pearl. And then the centre, a white formed and stretched out to fill that giant pearl. And then the sound changed, and the grandad jumped into that light. And then there was darkness. And then there was the light of a beam surrounding them. And then the beam faded. And as the beam faded, they could hear the sounds of nature. They could feel the mud of the pumpkin patch beneath their feet. They could see the moon gently rising above the trees. And they dashed away from the pumpkin patch, dashed into the trees, stopped and hid and looked up. And they could see that absence of stars very slowly moving around above them, as if searching. Then they could see beams of light pulse beneath the ship onto the ground, and out of the beams of light they saw machine elves nosing around in search of them. And very quietly and carefully, the grandad weaved his way among the trees before finding a large tree. Climbing up into that tree, hiding on a high up branch, among the canopy, blanketed by those leaves. And resting up here in this tree, feeling the breeze blow through these leaves, tickling his cheeks, wafting his hair around. He could see the lights of those machine elves as they scan around the environment below. And he waits up here so patiently, so calmly, so relaxed. As the night ticked on slowly, minute by minute, hour after hour, to the point he could feel himself fighting the grumbling of his stomach. He could feel himself pushing away thoughts of snacks. He could feel that he was fighting the approaching sleep, but knew that once he gets a chance, he'll probably just fall asleep deeply and quickly and easily. And after many, many hours, as he listens to the first sounds of the morning birds and sees the slightest tinge of red of morning light glisten through the treetops, he sees those machine elves heading back beneath that ship, which is now beginning to become visible under the lightening sky. As beams of light zap them back up to the ship. And he watches as that ship silently rises up into the sky higher and higher, and then in a blink vanishes off into the distance, as if launched into space. And the Grandad waited for many hours longer before climbing down from that tree, his body feeling so tired. He found his way home, and he still had that machine, and he locked that small handheld device away in his safe. And with it he placed some of those glowing mushrooms. And he never spoke of it again. Or so he said, until now, when regaling you with that story, smoking his pipe, gazing off into the ether as if in a reverie, while the fire gently crackles down to embers, holding your attention with curiosity about the idea of aliens and alien worlds, and a curiosity about what happened next, whether the story's even true. And the Grandad just smiled and took you to bed, tucked you in, kissed you good night, turned off the light, and went back down and sat by the fire for a while, until it was their turn to go to bed, as tiredness began pulling at their eyelids, and sleep began yawning from their mouth. And they headed over to the picture above the fireplace. They pushed on the frame, and with a slight click, the picture separated from the wall. They pulled the picture open. They dialed in a code on the safe, opened the safe door, looked at that device in the safe, and the glowing mushrooms, still the same as they were the day they were placed here, and gave a brief smile, closed it all up again, stood out on the back porch for a moment, gazing up at the sky, wondering if they'll ever see those aliens again, wishing to talk to them, but not to have their mind wiped, but to learn with curiosity about the universe and what they may well know that humanity doesn't. with a few lungfuls of fresh air. They head back in, they head to bed. They rest down in bed. They begin to drift asleep, and in the back of their mind, they can hear that low, gentle rumble of the spaceship, lulling them deeply and peacefully asleep as the cabin gently glows and they drift and float so peacefully, so calmly asleep into Slumberland. And the woodland has the most gentle fog weaving and creeping its way around the foot of the trees. The delicate sound of birds waking up and chirping for the morning. And each footstep that you take through that fog pushes through that fog like parting the seas. And gently crunching on slightly frosty undergrowth. And while walking softly through this woodland, the rising scent of ferns, the smell from the bark of the trees, the calm rustle of leaves, it's almost as if you can feel the coolness from the fog seeping softly into your legs with each step that you take, and that softness working its way up through the legs, up to your waist, weaving its way through your body, all the way up through your stomach, your lower back, to your upper back, and then down those arms, softening and relaxing, like a gentle coolness setting in through the body, like a numbness or a nothingness as the mind gets drawn into the experience, hearing an unusual, curious bird call in the distance, and steering gently and unconsciously in the direction of that unusual sounding bird, interested to discover what it is. And as you veer off the path, crunching through longer undergrowth, the hands leaning on the bark of trees, the coolness from the bark settling gently into the fingertips, the palms, weaving through your body, passing a cool numbness, as if it's moving through you, like sand in an hourglass, gently pouring from the top to the bottom, grain by grain. As the sensations within your body begin to fade away, so deeply and so comfortably, filling your mind with curiosity, where your focus is solely filled with that curious bird song, as if your body is dissipating, evaporating into the ether so calmly, so gently, leaving nothing but consciousness travelling through the forest. Weaving so wispily around those trees. The coolness having sapped the body away, and as just a consciousness, you float on a cushion of light through the trees, glowing with the most gentle blue, as if travelling on the sands of time. Getting closer and closer to that curious bird sound. And as you always keep in mind that comfort of the body evaporated into the ether, your consciousness spies in a tree a yellow bird, and it's as if that yellow bird spies your consciousness, and your consciousness flows towards that yellow bird with the gentle sound of wind, the gentle touch of breeze through the leaves of the trees. Weaving, relaxing on a branch near the bird, and the bird stops singing. And the bird introduces itself as banana. And the bird understands what you are, that you're just a consciousness, and as just a consciousness, so you're capable of things you're not capable of while in a body. And the bird starts doing a dance on the branch, almost like break dancing, and starts singing curious, fast-paced song. And with its feet starts beating out a rhythm on the branch, like the sound of a beating drum that echoes and reverberates through the tubular, hollow branch the bird's dancing on. And then at the peak of its dance, while it's flailing its tail, bopping its head, chattering its beak, wiggling its legs, It flicks out its wings in a flourish, whips them around, spins, jumps, and lands as a small yellow explosion forms around the bird. And with each flap of its wings, a yellow portal opens wider and wider until it's much larger than the bird. And the bird then stops singing and says that this flick and flourish of its feathers is called the banana peel. It unlocks the sands of time. It opens a portal to a land of deep inner discovery that only the ethereal can pass into. And so, as a consciousness, while the sands of time keep ticking gently down, you can pass through this portal into this alternative realm. And in this alternative realm, this portal will remain open as long as those sands of time continue ticking down. And so, as a consciousness, you head through the portal. And once through the portal, the bird continues dancing, now dancing a swing on the tree. As the portal closes too, just leaving a tiny dot. And you'll have to return to this dot to trigger the portal, to open that portal and return back to where you came from. And in this realm, as a consciousness, you find yourself above a meadow, stretching out with different coloured grasses, blowing gently in the wind, whipping up those grasses across this meadow atop a cliff. And you head across this meadow. You see some flowers drawing in butterflies and bees. You see birds flying high overhead, wispy clouds trekking gently across the sky. And as a consciousness, you weave your way down to the top of the grasses, and you fly through those grasses, the grass parting gently for you. You weave all the way to the edge of the cliff. You fly off the edge of the cliff over a vast ocean, with the white horses crashing at the foot of the cliff below. Before diving down, descending into the water, And as you pass as a consciousness into the ocean, there's a slight fizzle as the energy of the consciousness and its ethereal nature passes into the water. And your consciousness gives off a faint and delicate glow, gently illuminating the space around you. And you can see shoals of fish swimming in synchronized fashion. You can hear the distant call of humpback whales, a distant gentle rumble coming from within the ocean. And you head down deeper and deeper. And the deeper you head, the more calm and still the environment seems, and the darker and darker the environment gets, until it's just illuminated by bioluminescence of different fish meandering around here at the foot of the ocean. And you see a pulsating patch of colour in the distance. And as you approach, you spot a psychedelic octopus wearing white gloves resembling the kind of gloves you'd see on Mickey Mouse's hands. And this psychedelic octopus pushes its way through the water. And you follow that octopus and its psychedelic colours flash across the sea floor, illuminating that pure white sand and silt. Before you notice a light blue glowing in the distance, and out of the darkness you can see what looks like a ghost town here under the sea. You can see creatures swimming around among different buildings, all ethereal deep under the ocean. And as you get closer and closer, you notice that these aren't fish swimming around. They look like people. And this ethereal undersea ghost town seems to resemble Victorian streets. You can see an ethereal, ghostly horse and carriage ambling along a cobbled road between rows of crooked houses, some bars, some hotels, and rows of shops You can see people walking up and interacting with market traders, all ethereal and ghostly. And as you get closer and closer, so you reach that ghost town, and you start to hear a sound resembling pan flutes echoing and reverberating from that ghost town. And as you reach the ghost town and you pass into the town, so it starts to take on a physical form. And crossing the barrier between the sea and the town is crossing that pan flute sound, as if there's a frequency vibrating around the outside of the ghost town. And as a consciousness you pass through and instantly find yourself glowing above the cobbled streets of Victorian London, listening to the clip-clop of the horse, the sound of the carriage wheels rolling and bouncing along those cobbles. And while you drift around this Victorian London, you notice that psychedelic octopus following you. And as they pass through and land into this Victorian London, so they take on a physical form. They're still wearing the same white gloves. They have the same psychedelic skin. Only they now look like a person and are wearing a tuxedo. And they introduce themselves to you as Max Headroom. They say they called themselves that after finding a sign years ago with that name written on it, sticking out of the ocean floor. They thought it was a suitable name for them. They thought it was a cool sounding name. And Max Headroom tells you that they're aware you're here just as a consciousness, and that this isn't your regular universe. You've come from a land that's taken you here. You've swam down and seen this place. And there was a portal through time, like a bubble in the ocean. And through that bubble, you enter a section of Victorian London. And they tell you that you should head through the markets. There's someone you should meet. They'll be able to explain more about what's taking place. And you head through the markets, smelling the different spices and the different herbs, passing stalls of flowers, stalls of fruit and veg, butchers and bakers, until you turn down a side alley, and down this side alley you encounter an unusual seller, an alien selling potatoes. And this potato selling alien offers you a blue cupcake with black rose petals on top. And tells you should follow them, and perhaps you should eat that blue cupcake. And you say that you don't have a physical body. You're unable to even take the cupcake, let alone eat it. And they guide you to a back room behind their market stall. And in this room, they sit beside a cozy, comfortable, crackling fire. They tell you that you're just a soul floating in space. And they can give you a temporary body. And they take their pet mole rat, and it gives the most gentle squeaks. And they place it on the ground in front of the fire. And they ask the mole rat if they're okay to temporarily share their body, to have your consciousness within their body for a short period of time. And the mole rat acknowledges that'll be fine. And they squeeze some lemon juice into a cup. They gently mix in some milkweed. They sprinkle in a little stardust. And a dab of mixed fruit juices. Using copper tongs, they hold the drink over the fire for a while until it starts bubbling, emitting a sweet and gentle scent. And as it starts bubbling and thickening up slightly, becoming ever so slightly syrupy, they take that off the heat. They pour the drink into a glass, and that drink is a bright fluorescent yellow. And a little steam is emanating off the top of the drink. And they give the mole rat a little bit of that drink. And as the mole rat drinks the drink, so they begin to turn yellow. And the yellow begins to emanate from their skin. Then a yellow mist seems to form around them. And that yellow mist wafts up towards you as consciousness just floating there, and begins to infuse within you, as if you're breathing that yellow mist in, and you feel yourself travelling on the yellow mist into the soul of the mole rat, and everything fades to black for a moment before fading back into view again. Only you find yourself really small, resting on the rug, with some of your thoughts being mole rat thoughts and other thoughts being your own. And they once again offer you that blue cupcake. They tell you the effects of this drink will only last a short period of time. And so you gnaw down on that cupcake, eating the black rose petals, consuming the blue cupcake, feeling that electric blue pass through you. Feeling a tingling forming through your mind and body. And as you finish that cupcake, so the potion wears off, you drift out of the mole rat, back as a consciousness. Only this time you notice something has shifted. It's as if your consciousness has expanded. You're no longer aware of just being you, but you're aware of being connected to everything around you. And this alien talks to you about how they're one of the creators of these portals. They draw like-minded people together, those who are curious and seeking something greater than themselves. And while you're here as a consciousness, so it means you can be anywhere you like. There is no physical you. You're not just in the ether, you are the ether. You're the energy of the universe. And in the same way that the spoon doesn't bend, when you understand that, you understand the connection on a much deeper level. And there's only a limited time to teach you this before you have to return to your body in your own time. And what you want is to return with your consciousness upgraded, like upgrading the software of a computer to something far more advanced. And that's why they had to break with tradition and work fast to meet you. And you can feel that new learning and understanding weaving and passing through your consciousness, swimming among the channels of thought, expanding your being, your awareness, helping you learn and understand that your consciousness is quantum, that it is here and everywhere all at the same time. And this alien shows you back out to the streets. You begin to find your way back the way you came. You see Max Headroom standing almost like a bouncer at the end of the street. They guide you back through that portal into the ocean. And as they pass through the portal, so they become that psychedelic octopus again. And you follow them through the ocean, now noticing in the darkness the patterns in the undulating and pulsing lights. And you feel almost mesmerized by those lights. You head back towards the shore. You leave the water, fly through the meadow. You head back to that dot of yellow. You have a sense of reaching for that dot as a portal opens up, and you pass through to where you came from. And the bird tells you that the sands of time are continuing to flow. And as the sun continues to burn off the mist, so your body will return in peace and comfort and deep relaxation. As if it's been renewed and repaired, like taking a car into a repair shop for an MOT, getting it all checked over, making sure it's all fit and healthy and in working order. And then receiving it back in tip-top condition. And some things can be a pain when things go into repair, but they come back smooth and calm, in good condition, exactly as you want them. It was a pain back there in the repair shop, not where you are. And the bird tells you to rest beneath the tree as the sun rises and the mist burns off. And as you rest beneath the tree, so your body will find you and your consciousness will reintegrate with the body, like a delicate game of chess, working out the best moves, like the pattern found in a seashell. That follows the perfect mathematical formula, like the gentle ticking of a clock. And while you rest beneath that tree, so you feel like you're drifting into a reverie. And as you drift deeper and deeper into the reverie, so you feel like your consciousness is swimming lazily among the neurons of the mind, exploring each path, working out what's best, melting gently into the comfort of your heart. And you can feel your body returning, your mind relaxing deeper and deeper, and then in the heart of your mind, right in the center of your mind, like in the heart of a maze, you discover a small, delicate jewellery box. And you think of it as being so much like Pandora's box. And you feel yourself slowly approaching that box deep in the heart of your mind, hearing the soft sound of music playing within that box. As you reach out and carefully open the box, and finding inside that box a tiny scroll of hope, carefully unraveling that scroll of hope, and reading that scroll, and feeling that the reading takes you deeper and deeper into an understanding of consciousness, of comfort and deep relaxation. Of a connection to those things greater than yourself. And a mission of discovery. And it's only as you have a sense of sealing that box again that you feel like it's sealing an acorn deep within inside you, an acorn that will be nurtured and watered and grow into something greater than it starts. And you feel the warmth of the sun tickling across your face. As you open your eyes gently, seeing the last of the mist evaporated by the warmth of the day. And you stand up, you continue on among the trees, passing out into a beautiful meadow with the most beautiful blue stream flowing through that meadow, the clearest water bubbling along so delicately, almost tickling the stones beneath. And you feel that something great is growing within you. A deep understanding. Something growing so rapidly, almost exponentially, like bamboo growing in a forest. Everywhere you look, you see patterns like the pattern of the seashell, that mathematical pattern in nature, in every leaf, looking out over the landscape, looking at a large scale down to the smallest scales. And you follow this stream all the way to its source, and at its source is the most delicate, bubbling mineral spring, having absorbed millions of years of minerals, pouring gently down the mountains, seeping into the earth, navigating through cracks, filtering through the earth, before rising gently up here. And you take a drink of that natural spring water, feeling the coolness of the water as it passes down your throat, bringing peace and calm. And you sit beside the stream, reading a book for a while, with your mind partly lost in thought. Constantly drifting to thoughts of your experience, to thoughts forming, as if being aware of the surroundings around you on a whole new level, as if something around you is forming deeper and deeper within your mind. Like the tendrils of your mind are stretching out to reality around you. As if you're a small part of a giant cosmic web. And when one string of that cosmic web is played, you feel it in your heart and understand it in your soul. And you just think to yourself about your experience as that mole rat, and a thought comes to you: if life gives you lemons, melt them down and make gold. And it's a thought that on one level doesn't make sense, but with your experiences makes perfect sense. And you sit on the grasses for a while, continuing to read and listen to the stream bubbling gently beside you. As the sun gently meanders across the sky and settles down to sleep over the horizon, and the stars sparkle softly to life. and you head over to the tree line. You tie up a hammock between the trees. Hoik yourself up into the hammock and rest yourself down, and gently rocking as the trees very gently and delicately sway, almost like a parent gently rocking a baby's crib, almost as if the wind is singing a lullaby. You feel this sense of drifting peacefully and comfortably asleep, the breeze gently tickling your face. Your consciousness still processing, still learning and updating. A deep sense of comfort through your mind and body. As you rest there as a mind, while you sleep deeply as a body. Aware of all your attention, lost in your thoughts of your mind, wrapped up in the maze of curiosity in the cosmic cobweb. As you explore that maze, in search of finding yourself in a whole new way, of gaining a deep understanding of Pandora's box in the heart of your mind. And as you rest there, swinging gently to the sands of time in that hammock, falling deeper and deeper asleep, your consciousness swimming through inner discoveries. Your mind eventually quietens as it learns its next steps, and as the mind becomes fully quiet and calm and relaxed, so you instinctively, automatically and effortlessly drift and float so peacefully asleep into Slumberland.